Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья! Мы счастливы
Hello, dear
приветствовать вас
friends.
на
We
встрече
are happy
участников
to welcome
международного
you to the
общественного
meeting of the
движения «АЛЛАТРА».
participants of ALLATRA
Сегодня седьмой
IBM.
день недели
Today is the
солидарности,
7th
и он
and the
посвящен
final day
теме
of the week of
«Победа над
Solidarity,
собой».
and it's dedicated
Дорогие
to the
друзья,
theme
одной из
Victory
настоящих и
over
самых главных
yourself.
побед человек становится истинно свободным и
Today, the
обретает жизнь.
participants
Сегодня участники встречи поделятся, как
Today, the
благодаря знанию
participants of the
Израиль
meeting are
книга
going to
Анастасии
share how,
Новых
thanks to
и
the
передача с
knowledge
участием
of
Игоря Михайловича
Anastasia Novak,
Данилова про
and in the
практику
programs
работы
with
над
Igor
собой,
Mikhailovich
как
Danilev, they are
преодоление
working on
подсознания, что
themselves,
помогает
overcoming
продвигаться
the
успешно
tricks of
на
their
этом пути,
consciousness,
и как
what helps
взаимодействие
them
в
to move
коллективе
forward on this
помогает
path,
внутреннему
and how
росту.
the interaction in
Давайте
the team
посмотрим
helps
видео
them
с
to grow
небольшим фрагментом
internally.
из
Let's
передачи
take a look at the
«Служение» с
video fragment
участием
from the
Игоря
program
Михайловича
The
Данилова.
Service with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
And there exists a positive international experience of how people, working for the benefit of the spiritual world, serving God, develop themselves in this, meaning what a big help it is.
Well, it's natural. It's natural that spiritual growth of a person is in her or her deeds as well. If a person sits and tries to develop spiritually, meanwhile staying still, it's not going to work. First of all, spiritual development is movement. Well, this is normal.
And it multiplies exactly when you share it.
But how else could it be?
Exactly in this.
After all, it is said, what you've given to God will be returned to you hundredfold. And what can you give to God except your love and service?
It's just interesting even to listen to the experience of people who interact within the framework of all the projects of ALLATRA International Public Movement.
Действительно, люди, которые
Indeed,
жаждут
people
духовно
who crave
развиваться,
spiritual
люди,
growth,
которые ищут,
people who
они
search,
находят.
they
Они
find.
находят «АЛЛАТРА».
They find
А
ALLATRA.
исконные знания,
And
люди
gaining
начинают
primordial
действовать, начинают
knowledge, people
участвовать в
start to
проектах
act and
движения «АЛЛАТРА»,
participate in a project
начинают
of
созидать
ALLATRA
во благо всех
movement
людей,
and start to
выбирают
create
путь
for the
настоящих
benefit
героев,
of the other
которые,
people.
переступая через
They
собственное эго,
choose.
служат добру. Давайте послушаем истории
Let's
людей.
hear the stories
Wilkins,
of the
вам
people.
слово.
Wilkins, you have a floor.
Thank you. Hello, friends. I came across the ALLATRA knowledge, soul searching, to put it in a nutshell. In one of my favorite videos, the Universal Grain Project was mentioned, and they were talking about how a spiritual surge was felt all over the earth, and people were beginning to talk about it openly. I like to think I'm feeling that surge a little bit, and it's what ignites my desire to search for the truth. And after finding the knowledge in ALLATRA, I feel inspired to participate and to share and talk openly about my experience. I began actively participating, feeling so inspired after watching one of the global conference videos that was urging viewers to go to the website and click join us. It was shortly after that, Jana from Atlanta contacted me, and we began chatting. And talking to Jana, I could really feel the honesty and warmth as we talked about ourselves and our families and ways to participate in the Creative Society project. I remember saying to her, I'm willing to help out, but I don't know what I could do. Something my Chihuahua always tells me is that I have nothing to contribute. Why should I bother? However, I'm motivated to volunteer myself when an opportunity presents anyways, because I can also feel we're running out of time, and we must act to first change ourselves and to change society. So I say yes. whenever I'm asked to help out in a project, and I do my best to overcome the objections and the laziness of my consciousness. So far, I've participated in only a few projects. I was a speaker on the Kaleidoscope of Facts. I've also been a breaking news climate reporter. And to go back to the Kaleidoscopes of Facts, I mean, they're so interesting. I love watching those installments, as well as the other programs like Game of Professional and Shadow Control. There's so much interesting information in all these programs. I also participated in roundtable discussions, and I helped. One of my favorite projects that I've helped in was to help record some footage for the Time of Truth video at the last conference. There, I was able to meet face-to-face with another participant, Rachel, which was such a great experience. Meeting her, I went to the beach with my kids where we shot some beautiful footage, and that video is such a wonderful video. I've watched it so many times, and I'm so happy to have help to contribute towards something that is so wonderful, such wonderful experiences that I've had. I've also helped in being a simultaneous interpreter for the global conference, which has been most challenging. I feel like my little chihuahua turns into a big old lazy bulldog or something that I have to drag to the conference. He tells me things like, oh, this is too much. The conference is so long, and there's going to be scientists and specialists speaking with their sophisticated words, and I don't speak Creole that well. So again, why bother? You're just gonna sound like a fool. You know, again, consciousness telling me that I have nothing to contribute. But thanks to the knowledge, I'm starting to recognize these attacks and doing what needs to be done anyways. I just have to recall what's at stake to stay motivated. I feel really good too when I get a victory over consciousness, like I'm really working on myself and I'm at service to the spiritual world. You know, in the beginning, I didn't think that I could be in front of a camera talking, but here I am, like unable to hold in that inner aspiration to share what I feel inside. I'm so thankful to have found the ALLATRA knowledge and for the information conveyed in the videos with Igor Mihalovich. It really is like a key that unlocks the answers to life's major questions. So thank you, friends.
Greetings, dear friends. I would like to also share my story. Right after delivering my second daughter in August, I decided to start working on myself and to focus on my children and myself. And fortunately, already experiencing creative society life, as I decided to stop working, and not working allowing me to allocate my time better towards my family, as well as projects spreading about creative society. The development of my personality and supporting closely the development of my children is now the foundation for me. Therefore, time management is crucial for me and my husband to give ourselves time to be part of the projects. And of course, system doesn't really like it. I have to admit that we're experiencing increasing attacks since then, and we do our best to not to be affected by it. We're living in a great time when technology can be used into our own benefit. And due to my large desire to be helpful in building creative society, I'm able to be fully operational, even when I'm fully occupied. I install all applications on my phone to be able to be as helpful as possible. And this allows me to contribute every minute of my spare time. For example, next day after delivery, I joined the call for the round table preparation. So I was ironing and my kids were sleeping, so it was multitasking. 5 days after giving birth, I joined Kaleidoscope of Facts conference. Every nap that my daughters are having, I use this time to work on the projects as well. Of course, nights. Night is the best time that I can actually also use, dedicate to work, and as well as simple as breastfeeding. And also I'm taking this time to not to use social media, but rather focus on something important to do for spreading great society idea. Knowledge helps me to put a priority on generating love through my activities and projects. It's very important to understand the flow of thoughts, as I still experience difficult situation with the tsunami of different thoughts, idea that mostly making me to waste my time. And another thought to consider: have you ever wondered what it is like to be an Olympic champion? It is constant physical training on yourself and the clear vision of the goal. And the knowledge helped me to realize that being ordinary person is the same hard work. However, this work is rather on a mental level. Every second is actual work on yourself to free yourself. Thank you.
Привет всем. Я Арвиdas из Литвы. Как и многие участники,
Hello everyone, my name is Arif. I'm from Lithuania. As many other participants, I learned about the book of Anastasia Novых. I listened them initially in 2012, in 2019, and I listened all approximately after 2 months. It was really the beginning of great changes in my life. And listening to this book, my outlook on life started to change. Even though I still view the information, it really it was hard to believe to everything. So I continue to live my normal life, but something inside changed. A year later, the pandemic started, and it made me think. When I stopped, I listened to the books again, and now I clearly heard the call to action in them.
Это звучало необыкновенно, потому что это
It
было
sounded extraordinary because it was like an inner knowing that it's not like a voice in my head, but this deep inner feeling that I really need to do something. I cannot continue as before. And I started looking for information on the internet. I found our Lithuanian team, contacted them, and joined them. I remember at the beginning when I naively thought that I would symbolically devote some time to this. I will just take it for some time in my life. Of course, it wasn't like that, because the more you go deeper in this information, the deeper I plunge, the more I wanted to do, because the more I wanted to learn. I want to be more active, and I became more active participant. And this activity increased after 6 months of participation. And before the conference Global Crisis, this together we can. And when me and our team needed to learn a lot, I really just break all the patterns of my consciousness, and public speaking on camera, video sound, editing, simultaneous interpretations, buying advertisements, public speaking on social media, and not caring what my friend and acquaintance will thought about me. All these steps required just step over my consciousness, and I'm very glad that I did it, and I do it all the time now. And this knowledge and participation in the projects of ALLATRA movement, it really changed me in my life. It changed me inside out and out. It can be seen. It's hard to put all this feeling into words. And unfortunately, I'm not yet evolved enough. Sorry, and in these moments of weakness, the thoughts comes to me everything, and it's really meaningless. And I'm really thankful for support of my family, because I see it. I see this support, and each time I step over my consciousness, they also are growing, and they doing all. We're growing together, and I'm really thankful to God that giving me the conditions to grow, for giving me the opportunity to serve Him. I'm also very grateful to Igor Mikhailovich Danilov for showing me the way and correcting me on this way. And I'm grateful to Anastasia Novых for her books that have changed my life. And I'm grateful to all the participants of ALLATRA movement for their inspiration and support along the way. I'm just so grateful. Thank you so much, friends. Hello, dear friends. Hello, everyone. I'm Mirab from Georgia. With the knowledge of Anastasia Nova, I get acquainted with many people. And what impressed me the most is the work on project. It's really incredible experience. I have the experience every day. New acquaintances, new people, new feelings. Everything is well organized, and this understanding that we are just ordinary people can really capable of changing this world, to turn this world upside down. We can do it. We can make it much better. We're just making a planet of love, planet of justice. Everything you feel inside when you work on yourself in these projects, it's really such overwhelming, because there are really billions of friends. It's much better than having one enemy, and trust me. And people don't need anything other than life, and we are travel to each other to our friends. It's really so uniting, and this common language is a language of feelings. It's really become a language of knowledge, a language of love and kindness. I don't remember how I communicated with the people like this before, and it's such overwhelming. Me and my friends with whom I just met, and it's what actually I didn't want to live in other world before, because this information and knowledge that we bring to people, that's really vitally important. You feel yourself something that not like a body that just talking something, but you bring this light to people. You bring this, and because you can bring light from those who shine, and we are all with this. We are such kind of fireflies of love and kindness, and we do more, and we can have this strength to change this world, and we are changing it, no matter how hard it is to change it. But anyway, we're just doing everything. It's everything possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, friends, for what you shared. The opportunity to share the experience of triumphs and overcomes doubts and fears with like-minded people plays an important role in working on yourself. It is very valuable to hear from each of you. Let's hear the wonderful story about internal work on yourself from different countries.
Hello, dear friends. I send you my brotherly embrace on the Solidarity Week. I would like to tell you how I found ALLATRA. Throughout my life, I have always been interested, wanting to know more about God, about who we are, how the universe works. And so, one day, while searching through the internet, I came across a documentary called Atlantis, The Elite in Search of Immortality. I came across a documentary called Atlantis, the Elite in Search of Immortality. I found it very interesting because the information was very cool and fit to many things. Next to this video, among the suggested videos, was also a video of Jonas blinking. Out of curiosity, I clicked on it and ended up in a video about life, where Igor Mikhailovich Danilov and Tatiana were talking. After watching this video, I felt that something in me wanted to watch more and more. I asked myself, who is this person? Why does he know so much? He seemed very special to me. His way of thinking, he radiated something that made me feel very good. Then I started watching more and more videos, and I couldn't stop because the information in them was so valuable, so deep, that it just kept calling me to watch more and more. I found out about the ALLATRA book. I wanted to have it, so I contacted the movement. A participant, now a good friend of mine, responded and invited me to become part of the movement. And since then, my life has changed from before to after I got to know ALLATRA. I'm very grateful for this, for having me as a participant of the movement. I'm grateful to Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, who gives us so much love, so much knowledge, and cares so much about us. I'm very grateful to him, and also to the whole team, to people who are really humane and work for the benefit of the whole world. I am very happy. I'm happy because of all this, because of the knowledge we have been given about how we can work on ourselves, the knowledge about consciousness, about our soul, about all these key aspects in our lives. I think everyone should know this. And we share this information with the world every day as a team, as our big family. I feel happy. I thank everybody. I thank the spiritual world. I thank God that I was given another chance, that I can be here with you, doing this great work. So thank you all so much for being here and for doing so much good, for being part of this family too. Thank you.
Hola a todos. Gracias por la invitación.
Hello friends, thank you so much. Thank you for you invited me and allow me to speak and share my experience. Like many people all my life, I have been interested in the search for the truth. Well, rather than the conspiracy theory videos on the internet, I came across a beautiful woman who had strange blinking eyes, a strange blinking look in her eyes. But then looking for more information, I found a page with a strange name, ALLATRA, and I had never heard about it before. I checked so this video that in the end they have an email, and I immediately emailed them asking them about this woman and if she was friendly and extraterrestrial. And thank God I got a response for this email and that I sent them, and they gave me lots of links to the website and where I could find more information. When I discovered on YouTube videos and the ALLATRA page, and went crazy with joy when I saw this woman with strange blinking eyes, several videos. It turned out she has a symbiosis with Anunnaki, and plus there was two other people with them, another woman and a man. But who was the other girl? Whether was she Anunnaki too, or the serious man who was so serious? And why he was always sitting in the middle of conversation? Is he their boss? And among all the videos, I just found particular one video, this prediction where Jana mentioned Maitreya. I had actually never seen this video where someone mentioned Maitreya, and I was very inspired, very surprised. And then I found a video where it was explaining who Imam Mahdi was, and when I saw it like an explosion of joy and amazement, I realized who the this blonde gentleman who was near John, and it was Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. Wow, how amazing it is. And from that moment, I started watching all the videos with him, and I have never heard a man talking like that before. I was looking away how to get in touch with the movement, and I wanted to be with them. After that, I found this email where I was already contacted, and after 2 weeks of uncertainty and waiting, I finally got an answer to contact a woman named Anna. They included me in a Telegram chat, and from that moment, I fall in love with the whole movement where I'm helping, and I'm happy become a part of ALLATRA now. Thank you so much, friends.
Zdravím všetkých. Všimla som si jednu vec.
Hi everyone. I have noticed one thing. Consciousness likes to have a comfort zone and feel comfortable in a project it is familiar with. So it needs to be constantly pulled by its ears and forced to do things it doesn't like or is afraid of, or set new goals and objectives for a project, and offer to join the team of organization Kaleidoscope of Facts Signs of the End Days number 11 came unexpectedly. My mind was telling me that no, that I didn't need it, that I didn't have the ability, but inside I felt yes, I wanted to understand the subject better. During the preparation of the Kaleidoscope of Facts, consciousness was feeling sorry for itself, but then I realized that when consciousness has time to feel sorry for itself, it can do much more, because it still doesn't have enough. I discovered that consciousness is capable of learning different things, but much more important for me was the understanding of how important it is to communicate with each other, work together, and see a common goal in a group. There was a tremendous sense of support from the spiritual world and synchronization with each other. Immediately, there was no problems, no language barrier, no time zone. There was no feeling I'm finally done with this after the live broadcast was over. Quite the opposite, and a great joy to desire to start the next project.
Привет. Я Женя из Латвии.
Hi, I'm Jania from Latvia, from the Riga city. First of all, I wanted to say that I'm very happy to be here with everyone and share my story. Maybe it will inspire someone. I got acquainted with the ALLATRA movement in 2019. My husband was already in the movement, but not actively involved in the project. He gave me different programs, books, and I was far from spiritual. I was desperate materialist. My acquaintance began with the program Coming Cataclysm. At that time, we already had 2 girls, one 2 months old, the second 5 years old. Well, to say that my mind was frightened, it is not to say anything, but at the end of the program was an expert from the movie One Grain. This passage goes through to me, and I just started observing the program. 2 weeks later, I already asked my husband to add me to the chat room. The chat room at that time was not very active. I initiated the translation of the page ALLATRAunites.com in our language, and then started to lead a Facebook. We conducted social service with the guys, and our babies was always with us. The younger one slept in a sling, and the older one was entertained. When we first went to social service, from the inside I wanted to, but in my head it sounded, well, what if the little girl, she was 6 months at that time, will wake up, and if it will not work, and what others will think, and what will Evelina do? But we went, and everything worked out. it happened, and we started going regularly. I learned how to edit social posts while the soap was being boiled and the little one was sleeping in the sling. We edited videos. Children in a general is not a problem to act, but the opposite incentive and support. I remember when I returned from maternity leave to work, I was also afraid that they would fire me, that they would not give me clients. I am a project manager in the IT industry, but it was the opposite. And now, due to participation in projects, due to the fact that in interaction and unselfish action, it is very much necessary to transcend my consciousness, which cannot help but be happy at work. Also, I become much easier.
У людей идет сравнение. Старое лучше, более знакомо. Страх какой-то появляется, что не будет нужен
There's some fear appears that the person is not needed, and before like this all these
listen and offer constructive solution. And thanks to the participation in such project, I learned love people, I learned not to evaluate them and not to take them in stride. I learned to understand that whatever they say at the moment, we are not the same side, probably attack, and they need help. And when we solve the problem together, everyone becomes very happy. To summarize, I am a very active participant and play many instruments. Yes, I've had thoughts of my pride that I am tearing up here and there, are inactive, or I'm not doing anything there, or let them work it out themselves. I've got kids, work, and boards here. But even sign out of the chat room a couple of times, but at that point I realized that I can't stop to act. This is the meaning of my life, and refusing to participate, I first of all betrayed myself, the real me, but why? Why? You know, but following my own spiritual path and taking part in the project, I understand that we are humans, are all in one. And I want to thank each of you because it is easier to walk together in the same direction, helping each other. Thank you.
Hello, friends. I would like to share my experience, how my participation in Kaleidoscope Effects project helped me to work on myself. And the first thing that I encountered when participating in the Kaleidoscope Effects project were the thoughts, you don't know anything, you're not smart enough, you won't be able to do anything. But as a person familiar with primordial knowledge, I know that learning and working is a task of the consciousness. And if the consciousness doesn't know, then participation in the project is just an excellent exercise for it to work and learn it all, and that will be necessary. And in the case of the organization of Kaleidoscope Effects, when there is a long, intensive work, it turns out that consciousness sits on strict diet and has no opportunity to even offer to do something interesting for it, not to mention to implement it. Thanks to this experience, I realized the following. First, it became clear how much more consciousness is actually capable of working. And there were situations when thoughts came to my mind, you feel bad, you're not well, you need to rest, but you need to complete the task. So you take him by the scruff of the neck, put him in front of the computer, and get on the phone. And in 10 minutes, everything goes away. There was another interesting moment when the team and I got together, completed the tasks, and it would be possible to take a break, and consciousness was like, well, what else should we do on the project? And it was the beginning of asking for useful activity. And another effect of depleted consciousness is an increased love for people, both acquaintances and strangers. Usually, when I was in crowded places, I noticed that consciousness offered a discontent, that there were so many people, that everyone was in your way, delaying you. When I got into a large crowd of people after a month of preparation for Kaleidoscope Effect, I was so in love with everyone, and thoughts were like, people, how great you are, and I wish everything to be good for you. And of course, during the preparation of the project, you feel love and gratitude to everyone involved in the process, because thanks to everyone's sincere participation, we get what we get. And what's also valuable is that participation in Kaleidoscope Effects refreshes and deepens our understanding of primordial knowledge. After all, when we read books by Anastasia Novik and watch videos with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, we most often simply forget the information that we get from there. And when we repeatedly turn to this information, take a look at it from different angles, think about it, how to convey it more clearly, then we get a full understanding of it. And the better and the clearer we see and remember how things work, the easier it is for us to get to the main goal. I pass the floor to the next speaker.
It's impossible to find God in the external. We've talked a lot about this already. And place of residence doesn't matter, it's just that consciousness is telling. When you are in a monastery, nothing mundane will distract you. You'll be in prayer. And where will your Satan go, guys? He'll be reminding you of the past. He'll be telling you what a hero you are, right? Especially when people in monasteries would go into seclusion and wouldn't talk to anyone. Did they really become closer to God? Is this really the work on oneself? As for me, pardon me, but I perceive this as weakness. This is precisely spiritual weakness. We try to escape from Satan, to find a corner where he won't reach us, and thus we'll be closer to God. No, quite the contrary. You should go where people are, where Satan is in plenty. Here exactly the Spirit manifests itself. And here is a worthy warrior, isn't that so? However, a warrior not in the sense of opposition to the same little angel as you are, but a warrior in the sense of opposition to Satan. After all, he's the only enemy that a human being has. There are no other enemies, and this is true.
Когда ты находишь
When you find true knowledge, you have an urge to share it with everyone. Truth belongs to everyone, no matter what language one speaks. Today, thanks to the active participants, translators of the ALLATRA International Public Movement, the truth can be heard in most languages of the world. And transfer of knowledge in other languages is a big responsibility, and no one can do it without work on oneself and teamwork. How it happens in practice, the guys will share. Katerina, the floor is yours.
Всем доброго дня. Меня зовут Катя. Я участвую в подготовке и проведении...
Hello everyone, my name is Katya. I'm involved in preparing and conducting simultaneous interpretation of Kaleidoscope Effects for more than a year. One day in one of the classes, the guys said they needed help in translating some materials, and I decided to join in. But at that time, I had no idea that I would ever translate live as simultaneous interpreter myself. It seemed like something out of realm of fantasy. But gradually I learned almost all the steps of the process. And why do I do it? It is very interesting both in terms of gaining new knowledge and team communication, and you learn how to take responsibility for some direction, and you act as coordinator so that all new information reaches other participants in the process on time. And when you understand that you are part of the team, it fills you with joy and gives you strength to act, to take small steps every day. At first, it was a bit difficult every time, every day when preparing the kaleidoscope of facts. It seemed that so many people are involved, and personally, my help is not required. I would only interfere, and that, I heard thoughts that it's better to stay at home and to be just a viewer, relaxing on a couch and watching the next episode of Kaleidoscope Effects. But every time I stepped over and came to the live broadcast, I was convinced that it didn't come for nothing. And it filled me with joy and sense of need and usefulness. And now every day I'm just waiting impatiently for the 13th of every month. And, you even try to dress up. And even though like the broadcast is, people just hear my voice. And this is a wonderful opportunity to gain experience in teamwork and also very good work on yourself at the moment when there's you're not just a separate unit, but it's like we together as a team. And also another interesting insight that I wanted to share is when you participate in some direction, some moment comes when you go from being just a beginner to almost a professional. And it seems that, okay, well, I found myself, I can do nothing else, I can just improve in this direction. Because you're doing good, right? But you see that new guys are coming in and they want to get involved as well, and you step aside a little bit and just help them and support them. And it's very helpful in terms of getting out of your comfort zone and kind of like connecting to some other direction. And because it's actually very interesting and you don't want to stop, you want to be involved in some kind of activity. And it is like very inspiring and very interesting just when you make a decision and just do it. And also another interesting experience in terms of working on oneself, you get used to being kind of like in charge of some piece of work, and a moment comes when you kind of like open a document and you see that most of what was supposed to be done by me has been done already by somebody else. And the first thought that pops into your head is like, how? I'm supposed to do this part of work. How come? This shouldn't be like that. But then I decided to look at it from another direction, from another angle. Like maybe the person who did this part didn't know that it was my part of job, and he just wanted to show his support and concern. And at this moment, just a wave of love comes over, and all the negative thoughts, they just fall apart. And it's even great. And I think that many people who are involved in teamwork in the projects, they know what I'm talking about. And personally, what I love, being a part of a team is our combined efforts. They contribute to spreading the knowledge and building a better world for us, our children, and for our future generations. Thank you. And I pass the floor to the next speaker.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья.
Hello, dear friends. I will tell you on how I started to do simultaneous interpretation. It started with a desire that people in Latvia could also get in touch with the knowledge. And because I know languages, I realized that I could do interpreting. I started to translate texts. Later, the guy suggested me to try a simultaneous interpretation. Of course, I agreed. When I started to do this simultaneous interpretation, I had all sort of patterns and thoughts that I had to overcome. For example, the fact that I spoke with an accent, the thought that somebody else will have done it much better that nobody needed, and so on. And well, also the external circumstances, because I had no place where I can do interpretation, so I took my phone, tablet, I got in a car, drove away to a quiet place and made simultaneous interpretation there. And if I would like to talk at the topic of simultaneous interpretation itself, I would like to share that in the beginning of the process, it was such, in the beginning was a kind of, I don't know, like it's the wall or a barrier that which prevented me from doing real qualitative translation. But when I overcame it, so it just disappeared. So I don't know how to say it correctly, because there is such a moment happened that I watch myself simultaneous the interpretation separately from myself. How to say it, if I can put it in that way. And what's really great, the words come to mind and I know in advance what the speaker is going to say. And the process is so easy, so natural. But as soon as the thought goes through my head, oh, how does it happen? Then again, I can't remember the words and I stutter and so on. So friends, I just want to say, when there is a desire, this desire that the viewer is able to get a good quality video, so viewers can get this knowledge from a real good quality video, you just take it and do it, and no matter what. You do exercise in the evening to improve your diction. You do exercise for the voice. You learn to do something new to help and be useful for the whole team. Learn how to do simultaneous interpretation. I tried myself in voiceover, so I learned how to edit the same voiceover, how to overlay this on the video, and then you go on, and and I learn how to do video editing, because every new project is about getting out of your comfort zone, where you see your approaches, your templates. Even at this moment, I'm getting over a strong fear of public speaking, but I do it because maybe it will inspire someone to help someone else. At least it helped myself. Thank you so much.
Здравствуйте, Марина. Поделитесь, пожалуйста, тоже.
Hello, Marina. Could you please share your experience, and we would be glad to listen to you. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much. My name is Marina and I live in Switzerland. And, firstly, I would never ever thought that I could do things that I do right now. We have a wonderful team, a lot of people from different countries, from different parts of the world, a lot of people who are helping us, and all together we cooperate as a very friendly team. Before, how everything started for myself, I was looking for a person. My consciousness drew me a picture that this person had to be right near me, living in a neighboring city, in a neighboring house, and then we can only cooperate with each other and participate in projects. And my consciousness kind of made me stop in my action, and I didn't have a clear understanding why should I act. And the most important thing is actually start acting. And first of all, this is your decision. This is your choice. Your inner choice, what is important for me. And if every person takes a decision of what is the most important thing in his life, then he finds time for this particular action, because I think that this is a really good really good words for the consciousness that we all hear in our head, that I don't have enough time. But participating in the projects actually teaches you all the steps to find time and to come to God. Do not listen to the thoughts, to control your consciousness. And if there is something that is really, really important for you, then you find time for this. At least 5 minutes a day, sometimes 2 hours a day or 3 hours a day, but 5 minutes a day for something that is really important for you in life, every person can find. Just set up your priorities and honestly confess to yourself, what is the most important thing? And for me, this was like the starting point, the beginning of everything. And then you just connect to the calls, you just listen and find the activities where you can be useful, you communicate with friends, and then together you think of the things. And for me was important thing as well, like not to listen to the thoughts in the head, like how everything will be, right? Just join in and think of how to solve the issue, how to complete the task. And first of all, my consciousness was afraid of connecting to new projects, and it was giving me thoughts like, oh, run away, just disconnect from this chat or whatever. But simply what I do is like I give this this task to my consciousness, like sit down, do not panic, and just do it. And like when I listen the thoughts, when I hear the thoughts like, oh, how will I do it? I'm afraid. No, I say stop, because what it offers is like to cry, to scream, like give a call to your friend, how to do it. I just say, no, stop, sit down and do it. Oh, I cannot do it. No, just do it. Just strict tasks, right? And step by step, you're moving forward, and everything is being done very well. We also have a YouTube channel. Our Scandinavian countries are very friendly. Switzerland, Denmark, Norway, we help each other, we learn from each other. A lot of guys from different countries, they help us to organize all the projects, and we have like the YouTube channels, we have Facebook pages, we also want to open Twitter and Instagram accounts and TikTok as well. They already started the TikTok channels in Switzerland and Denmark and Sweden, and Denmark. And what's important is basically to confess to yourself what is important, then 5 minutes a day, sit down and do it, and then everything will be great. And then you get more understanding, you get more feeling when you step over yourself, when you basically step on the neck of your animal nature, when you do this step, you try to help people. The 3 most important things in working on oneself: love to God, control, and learning how the consciousness acts, and helping people. When all these 3 points are in harmony with each other, then everything is great. And when you feel the attacks from the animal nature, just sit down and do the translation or help in social networks or in other projects, and then everything becomes much easier. You can just basically switch away from these negative thoughts. Thank you so much, friends. Thank you for being here, and thank you to the spiritual world.
Hi everyone, I'm Veronica, and I wish to all of you a good day, friends. I would like to share my experience in the connecting. I was told that the language skills was too good, but it happened I needed to do the simultaneous interpretation, and there was no one to do it. But it was important for everyone. And there came a message to help, and I do it. I do it myself. And the conviction that I can, for some reason, was clear, and I tried. I tried, and I find it not really good, but inside, inside. So when I translated, I use all this terminology, I felt like spiritual world was helping me. And there was much more easy because I used to have a text in front of my eyes and that rescued the situation very much. But the most important thing I want to point out is before the conference, I was telling the people on the street about the creative society, and it was hard for me to formulate my sentences clearly and distinctly. And I felt that absolutely certainly I definitely would not be able to participate at TikTok, and it was very important to do on the air to inform everyone about the conference, and Ruma, who was always simultaneous interpreting, was out of town, and I do not remember exactly how it was, guys, but in the evening, and I decided to go out somehow spontaneously, believed that I could. And I realized that I can speak very clear to the people, and they was very happy that there is a unification ongoing around the world. And I was talking so fast and so clear that this was something incredible. And I was very grateful to the spiritual world for the help. And I understand that the spiritual world is very helpful to us when we begin to act for the goodness of others. And until now, the realizing that the main thing that we need to act and the concept. Thank you so much.
Because the consciousness just stopping us. So thank you so much, and I give the floor to other speaker.
Здравствуйте, друзья. Меня зовут Михаил.
Hello, dear friends. My name is Michael, and I'm from a team of simultaneous translation from the Slubice, Poland. Before I became an active participant, I had a hard time because all this time I was searching for God. And I was interested in different religions. However, I also felt that because in these religions there was so many inconsistencies, and it was in this religion they were because I just feel it on this level of intuition. I called out to God asking where you are, how I can find you. And then one night I had a dream, long white hair and a face radiating love. And I remember the feeling that I had. For the first time in my life, I felt absolute peace, love, and unearthly bliss. We were sitting on the couch in the living room of the house and talking. This dream was different from all other dreams that I had before. Then it was like a push because I already had the knowledge, and I started to get involved in the social project because previously I thought, yeah, you're so good, you're so nice, almost the same, but before I have this all the masks that we wear, and our consciousness tells us that about that, and I realized that I still had a lot of work to do on myself. Pride and selfishness are not that yet, and very helpful it was to for me it was to read the book of Anastasia Novых, and they helped me a lot. Programs with esteemed Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, and it took me a long time to realize that we still have a lot of work to do on myself. It gives a good push, and and a lot of understanding. And I began to really understand how my consciousness had been deceiving me all my life long. And I saw the patterns within myself. I began to perceive the world around me in a completely different way. Friends, so if you want to really get involved in social project, by all means, just get involved. You won't forget if your goal is to really work on yourself. Another thing that helps is really these joint meetings, meetings where a lot of people are coming together. You can always ask a question if your mind confuses you, and it's really it does, because it's function. It's what a person loves myself, that consciousness will do anything to distract you from the spiritual, and it's very important in practice to understand that you're not body, that you're not consciousness, and then ask yourself the logical process: who am I then? Am I a soul? No, but I want to merge with the soul. If I'm not a soul, then who am I? A person, a personality who makes choices. And when you understand it in practice, you completely change your approach in life. What is important is active position of personality. Then you go to God. You don't listen to your consciousness. Then it's much easier to learn to love God and the spiritual world. It helps me a lot to take part in projects, different projects, because, for example, I'm participating in the simultaneous translation in the Polish team and German team, and as all other guys, I have these patterns. It's just a standard pattern that I had, and they saw that you couldn't do that. Why you will do that? But when you really do that from the bottom of your heart, not for yourself, but for others, for example, I remember the first conference when I take part as an interpreter, a simultaneous interpreter. I had such a wave, and I felt it on a physical level. I felt this. I felt this heat, and it's like electrical impulse that went through my body. And I'm really thankful for your time and attention, and for the opportunity to share it with you. And I give the word further. Thank you.
Thank you, friends. How important it is when on the way of spiritual development we have the support and encouragement of each other. Thank you for sharing your inspiring examples, because when we start to work on ourselves, when we have the tools, we become stronger eternally. We have more strength to act and to carry this light of creation of people. Radoslav, you have a floor.
Здравствуйте, ребята.
Hello there, friends. My name is Radoslav. I live in Austria. In May 2019, I got acquainted with the knowledge of ALLATRA. They so inspired me so much that I immediately contacted with the coordination center of ALLATRA movement, and they get me in touch with the guys in Germany. I didn't know what I can do exactly, but I intuitively, intuitively, I feel that I need to act. I had such a thought that what can you do in general? You're an entrepreneur and you only can buy and sell, and you have not learned anything else in your life. But while being an entrepreneur, I was used to looking for solutions instead of digging into problems. Then I sat down and wrote on what I could do besides trading. And then I remembered that I could also translate in German. After talking to the guys from ALLATRA movement in Germany, ALLATRA participant in Germany, I was immediately assigned to this interpretation, for translation, the books of Sensei 2 and 3. And third, what I encountered was my pride when I called with other translators how I'm so smart, so cool businessman. In my opinion, translation was not even deceived, because many people counted, but nobody counted with me. My mind was already thinking I quit in and I leave in this translation. I heard the thought that people know German better than me, but this inner fire of sharing of such important knowledge overcome my doubts and my pride. For the first time, I learned to listen to other people. and to encounter other people's opinions. My consciousness was setting me up, screwing up my translation, or stupidly erasing all my comments. Then it also blaming me, saying that now you messed everything up, the guys won't forgive you. It was very embarrassing, but well, I still found the strength to admit that I screwed up. And turns out that not only with me were such misshapes in this situation, but also with other guys too in the beginning. But here I began to gradually realize how consciousness works. I also traced a pattern in my mind that I cannot do anything. What can I do alone? Etc. So, for example, just here are a few seemingly unbelievable examples from my experience at that point in my life when I just came over these thoughts and doubts and fears in my head. For example, I have never done design before, and for me, Photoshop was something cosmic, like rocket science that only IT people do. But well, despite these thoughts, last year, during the week of Solidarity, I joined a workshop and started to learn Photoshop from scratch. Then I started helping guys to make previews for the live shows, and later I even helped out with the streaming myself. I had always thought that social network is not for me. It's stupid. It's why should I put my personal information out in public? Well, I did not take into account one thing, that consciousness was severely narrowed to one point view that social network is a tool. It's a very powerful tool, and like any other tool, we can use it either for bad things or for good things. And in this case, it's possible with this tool to inform in a short time all the people of our planet about the Creative Society project. The only solution for and salvation of all mankind, for surviving. And thanks to people, to the national team for our participants in Germany and other countries, I gained knowledge and experience social networks. In Facebook, Twitter, then Instagram, and now even TikTok. I learned how to use TikTok. For me, like I was before, it was so far away, but now I've already taken responsibility for coordination in this direction. And my mind has always thought that I'm not a public person. Live videos and live broadcasts, no, it's not for me. But well, I decided to overcome this fear in me, and I recorded the first live video, and then the first video blog, and now I'm I regularly record vlogs for all the conferences. By the way, even in preparation for this broadcast, my consciousness just throw me some thoughts. It's too late, the guy's already busy, and there is nothing for you to get into. But I still wrote to the guys, to participants, and then they said that, yeah, no problem, we can still do it, we can do everything, and here I am. Friends, it's so feeling, like this inner feeling to work as a team. It's, you know, like to work in a team, not alone. Try and feel it for yourself. I realized one thing for myself. The main thing is to be honest with yourself. To yourself. So it's then you can learn everything. Then you will succeed. And for me personally, the main motivation in building creative society is to create these conditions in the society so there are more angels came to the spiritual world. It means that you can give to all people a chance to meet the truth. Thank you so much, friends, for that you are here. Thank you so much.
Спасибо огромное, Слав. Да. Передаем слово.
Thank you so much, Rodoslav, and I pass the word to Vitaly.
Здравствуйте, друзья.
Hello, friends. My name is Vitaly, and I live and work in Poland, and I started the Creative Knowledge in 2019. I was searching for God. In one beautiful, exactly beautiful moment, I felt that I need to do something for the humanity. I didn't know where did this feeling come from, but now I know, from spiritual world, from the world of God. I began to watch videos with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, read books of Anastasia Novых, do meditation, spiritual practices. New understandings began began come to me, true feelings of love and joy. Consciousness didn't sleep, and I was caught with pride. And I didn't know that it exalted me as enlightened and then brought me down. I learned how the system works by that, and I got acquainted with other members of the project, and after some time the guy suggested me to get involved in the projects, shooting some small videos, translating text, and watching watching the videos with translations. And after a little time of understanding, I agreed with pleasure, and I always gain in this experience, this new experience. And when I work in a team, the consciousness tries to divide you. It throws you bad thoughts about other participants. For example, someone is doing so much about the projects and you're doing nothing, or vice versa. We meet with friends, with participants, when we share our experience, both projects and personal experience. And yet, friends and I conducted social surveys before the conference, informing people about Creative Society project, and we do it constantly. So contribution in general terms is not big, but when everyone will do a little bit, then we can change our world to the creative format, to save our planet, for our children, our grandchildren, and to live here, and for us to live here by doing good deeds. I wondered, why did I need it? Why I began to act and participate in projects? Because I want to see a world that when everywhere has well-to-do life, where everyone has a house, opportunity to develop, travel, where everyone does everything to unite. I want people to be happy, to think positively in a good way, live in love, live in creative society, and in a real society of happy people. And I also want to share understanding in the verse. Guys, I could not keep silent, so I want to tell you, our life is inside. You want to live? Look inside yourself. When you see your inner world, don't hide it. And you tell all your families, friends, and relatives. But I want to warn you, my friend, that your true path will not be easy one. Don't listen to the demon whispers in your ear that you're not worthy, where you're going, stop. How gentle sound, and start flattering you, that you already reached the great heights, that you're already coming. Don't rush, don't rush. When you hear the deception, smile and keep on going. When you enter silence, tranquility and joy, lotus radiates tenderness, warmth, and goodness. True, it's hard to hold the basis of eternity, and you sit and stare in the shackles of consciousness. My friend, be true to yourself. Don't believe the deceitful fate. You are a free spirit in a human body, and until the immense age, heaven to raise an angel in you. Learn liberty and goodness. Learn to love. Go, my friend, without looking back. Love, live. In love, live. Thank you so much, friends.
Спасибо, Виталий, за такие прекрасные
Thank you, Vitaly, for such wonderful words. Olga, you have a floor.
Hello, friends. Can you hear me? Hi, everyone. I would like to share my experience, how I work on myself while working in a team. I live in Cyprus, and I'm participating for more than 3 years in translations and in simultaneous interpretation, as well as in spreading the idea of the creative society in social networks. And usually I interfere with interesting moments. There are a lot of them, but I will share just a couple. For example, when we just started our translations, and when you translate a text and somebody from the team can fix or suggest another word, a better one for translation, and then you meet inside the egoist that you would never even thought you have it on the inside. Like somebody has a better word and your word is not the best one, but then you understand that our goal is to transfer the best translation variant, and you basically agree with this. And sometimes it happens that somebody else's word can be just another word, but it sounds better. It is more beautiful for translation. And when you basically learn how to take another person's opinion, and you learn to listen to opinion of another person, and you start to respect it, and in these projects you learn how to be better, how to become a better person. And also I wanted to share the example of simultaneous interpretation. When we participated in simultaneous interpretation into Greek language, I had a fear in my consciousness that, oh, you will do something wrong, you will translate in a bad way, and what people will think about you, just don't do it, don't translate. And then you step over it and you understand that it doesn't matter. The most important thing is for people to hear and to understand the idea, the essence, the message. And always I remember the words of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. If you made a mistake, you can fix it. But if you have not done anything, you have no opportunity to fix anything. And basically you can translate it in another way, you can fix it, and this is a good experience as well. And we stepped over it too. And for example, there was an idea a long time ago of spreading the idea of the creative society in TikTok. And after one of the common calls with guys, when they shared their experience how TikTok is a very effective tool in spreading the information, I really wanted to start it, like doing it right away, just right after the call. And we made a decision. We started spreading this idea even on TikTok, and people started reacting and asking what is it and sending different comments. And basically we also stepped over this fear and over these thoughts like we don't have time and things like that. So this really fulfills a lot, because we're doing this for the betterment of society, and we work together in a team. We accept each other for the way we are, and we communicate. And I want to say that on this path, you need to step over all the obstacles and not to listen to the consciousness. If you have an idea, you have to implement it right away. Do not put it aside, because usually consciousness gives you hundreds of reasons why not to do it. But if you feel the necessity to do it, just do it. This is what I wanted to share, and thank you so much. And I'm really glad to be here with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olga. Thank you, dear friends. And we want to thank everyone that you bravely share your victories. We would like to remind you that all participants of ALLATRA movement are volunteers, and everything we do in a good faith and from the heart. Everyone acts based on their abilities and capacities, and of course, we always share our experience and skills with each other. In order to share the truth and carry the truth to people, you don't need to have any special skills. It is very simple and everyone can do it. And everyone who is already doing it is a real hero. Let's watch a fragment from the program with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, Victory or Oneself.
I also just wanted to ask about the fact that sometimes it tells people that I don't have enough skills, or I'm not worthy, or I cannot do something. Well, this is...
Again, it's exactly belittling
Yes.
of a person by consciousness. It tries to belittle, to immobilize, and to disarm him. I can't. All of us can do a lot. And precisely the lesser jihad implies movement, action, an action that is aimed at weakening the power of Satan. And these actions can vary. One doesn't have to possess in-depth computer skills to be some kind of a programmer, to write programs. Guys, one can simply, pardon me, talk to people sitting on the bench and at the same time do a big job and help a great many personalities to achieve spiritual salvation.
Dear friends, my name is Václav, and I would like to share with you now a few moments from working on oneself, which touch on working on projects in a group. Last year in August, I have joined TikTok team and started to help with preparation of fragments for the official channel of the framework Global Crisis, and also going live about 3 times in a week and tell people about the project Creative Society. We act as a group, and it was really joyful and wonderful seeing how our common work led to tremendous results. In a very short time, we have been able to gather a lot of views and bring the message of Creative Society to millions of English-speaking people. But after some time, seeing that views went down and not always gathering such an amazing numbers, doubts appeared, and I stopped creating those fragments. Even though analytical tool of TikTok does not lie, and we see these results of our work, our consciousness does lie. And here one must be careful and not to listen and continue. Also, I have observed the moment of pride. We have a working group where we guys are helping with checking all prepared fragments before publication. This is important as we must follow TikTok rules. Otherwise, you can receive a ban and must start an account from scratch. So sometimes I observe when someone has some objections and asks to fix some fragment, consciousness tells such things as, it is so much of work, why she or he does not like it, I'm not gonna do that, they can do it themselves. It is really like in zoo when actors begin to play. But you do understand that it is important and improves our work, even though that our monkey doesn't like it. Our activity went up again shortly before the conference had happened, and we gathered over 100K of followers on our account. And here, my friends, is one important moment. Working in a group is critical for us to be successful, and it multiplies our results. So please, if you have a desire to help and you like to work with videos or talk to people, join our great team. Help is always needed. Second moment is regarding the live streaming. Especially very few first streams, consciousness was telling me, what are you going to say? You don't know 8 foundations by heart. You're neither a climate specialist nor a good talker. And I experienced fear and my heart beating strongly the first few minutes of the stream. Also, I want to emphasize that these thoughts, my friends, were coming to every person who joined our team of TikTok within a year. Every single person voiced them, which proves, my friends, that every consciousness works the same way. But later on, it went away, and I understood how easy it actually is to talk about something that everyone wishes for. As dear Igor Mikhailovich said, and they shall not be afraid of what they are going to talk about. They only need to talk from the position of the soul, position of love, and words will be found. And I began to enjoy these streams, since each time I shared and touched upon our best human qualities, such as kindness, mutual help, loving each other, ADC, the feeling of love emerged, and it was felt by all people on the stream. Precisely the resonance, inner resonance was felt. How wonderful is that I really experienced what was said. When you share your love, it is being multiplied, and you feel the response of the spiritual world. This proves, my friends, that we are all coming from one God. We are all brothers and sisters. So, my friends, I would like to end my speech with those beautiful and powerful words of Igor Mikhailovich. Let us love each other. And now I would like to pass the word to the next speaker.
Здравствуйте, друзья! Очень рада быть сегодня
Hello,
вместе
dear
с вами.
friends. I'm very happy to be here with you today, and I feel myself like I feel like a part of a big family, the ALLATRA family. And I would like to share my experience how I participate in the conference preparations. And the first time I took part in the conference was the conference Creative Society Together We Can, United We Can. It took place on December 20th, 2020, and it was necessary to be present on the conference itself in a Zoom window during the whole conference, and together with millions of people. And I felt that internal like push to action, call to action. But I had a fear. I was afraid to start doing something. And it's great that they announced the preparation for the next conference in January, what the prophets dreamed of. And I joined in. And of course, consciousness told me that you don't know how to look for information. How will you do it? But I tried, and it was a little victory for myself. And I really enjoyed participating, and I made a decision that I will connect for the next conference as well. And it was the conference Life After Death, Fiction and Facts. However, here it was not possible for me to fully engage in the process. And I understood one important secret. It is really important to start to join in and get involved actively right away in the process. And so when the guys announced the preparations for the conference Global Crisis, it already affects everyone. I remember the reaction of the consciousness: do not participate, do not watch this conference. And I was actually really amazed, and I made a decision that I will definitely join in, I will participate, and I will do it actively. I joined in the social spheres section, and I got actively involved and in the search of information. And every day I posted videos in my social networks, and also every day together with guys we prepared round tables to support the conference. And here I understood and saw and realized that a team of people who's united by one common goal can do everything, and how the ideas can be can appear, and how the importance of everyone is how the participation of everyone is important. And somewhere in the background I heard the consciousness, and it was like spam messages from the consciousness, but I didn't pay attention to that at all, because I understood that everything can be done together. And for the next conference, I already was involved in sending letters to celebrities and to the Pope of Rome, and also I am a communicator for 2 language groups, and participated as a moderator of the live broadcast. And you know, guys, each participation, each training gives you more strength and desire to do more, and this understanding and self-assurance, it is self-confidence, it is directly proportional to my actions, and the main thing is not to give up.
Thank you very much, friends, for sharing your positive experience of participating in a project. It is very inspiring and shows how joyful and easy it is. You just have to start. And all you need is just step over your consciousness and start. And Alessa will share her story with us. Alessa, you have the floor.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья. Меня зовут Олеся. Сегодня я хочу
Hello, dear
поделиться
friends. My
примером
name is
того, как я
Alessia, and
начала
today I would
отвечать на
like to share
комментарии
the
в прямых
example of how I
эфирах
started to
ТикТок.
respond to the comments
Отвечая
and
на
live
вопросы, я
broadcasts in
понимаю, как
TikTok.
живут
By
люди,
answering
и
the
откуда у
questions, I
них сложилось
understand what
понимание
people live
устройства
by
мира,
and where
а
they
это
have their
естественно
understanding of the
фотографии.
world,
СМИ
and
манипулируют мнением
mostly
людей,
from
и к
films
этому
and
нужно относиться с
programs.
пониманием.
And mass
Все
media
люди хотят
manipulates
созидательного
people's
общества,
opinion, and one
просто не
should be
знают,
sensitive
как
to
его
this. And
построить.
all people want to live in
Нет
creative
идеальной
society, they
картинки,
just don't
как это
know how
будет
to
и
build
что
it.
нужно
They don't
сделать.
have the image
Есть
how
люди,
it will
которые
look like and what they
сомневаются.
should do.
Я обычно
And there
задаю
are people
вопрос,
that
а в каком
doubt, that
мире
have
вы
doubts,
хотите
and
жить?
I usually ask a question,
Важно
what
не
is the
спорить с
world where you
людьми,
would like to
не
live in? And it's
оценивать,
important
а
not to
просто
argue
понимать,
with people,
для
not to
того, чтобы понять
evaluate,
суть
but just
созидательного
understand
общества,
that
нужно время.
it takes
У нас
time
не
to
было такого
understand the
примера
essence of the creative
взаимодействия и
society.
ассоциаций.
And we
Я
haven't
имею в
had the
виду
example of
общество
interaction like we have
самоуправления.
now. I mean, the
Это немного
self-governing
шокирует
society,
сознание.
and it's a bit shocking
Мы
for the
своим примером
consciousness.
показываем,
We
что
are
значит
showing
взять на
with
себя
our
ответственность
example what
и
it means to
действовать,
take
информируя
responsibility and
людей
to
каждый день.
act by informing
Есть
people
такой
every
пример,
day.
что человеку
There
была
is such an
сложная жизнь,
example when a
часто
person
встречались
had
с
difficult
суицидальные
life,
мысли.
suicidal
Но он
thoughts,
вышел на эфир
but
о
he went
созидательном обществе.
on air
Это
of
дало
the
ему
creative
вдохновение
society, and
жить
it
дальше.
gave him
Он
an
писал об этом
impetus
в
to live
комментариях под
further
эфиром.
on. And he wrote it in
У
the
вас может
comments.
сложиться понимание,
And
что
you may
совсем
have
просто это, и
an
не бывает
impression that it is
сложностей.
very easy and there are
Мне
no
приходят мысли, что
complications.
нужно все бросить,
I
что это никому
I
не
often
нужно.
hear thoughts that
Я
I,
обычно
I need to give it
просто
all
смотрю
up
на
and that
ситуацию с другой
nobody needs
стороны.
it. I
На
usually
чем я
take a
же
look in this
состою, и
situation
какие
from
новые
another side, from
возможности
another angle,
можно
where I'm stuck
использовать.
and what are the
Просто нужно
opportunities that
честно
I can
себе
take
это вслух
advantage of.
проговорить
You
или
just have to
записать на
be
листе
honest to
бумаги.
yourself
И
and
становится
talk out
очевидно,
loud to
что
yourself or write
сознание
it down on a
пытается
piece of paper,
остановить.
and it becomes
Я
obvious that
тоже
it's
искала
consciousness
ответы на
trying to
свои
stop you.
внутренние
And I
вопросы.
also was
И
looking for
комментарий
my
под
internal
постом помог
answers.
мне познакомиться
And
с АЛЛАТРА ТВ.
the comment under the
И так как
post
на то
helped me
время у меня был
to
маленький
get to know
ребенок,
about
и
ALLATRA
потребность
TV. And
добиться
since I had
знания
a
не
small
возникла
child at that
огромная,
time
то
and
я
I had
выбрала такой
a
инструмент, как
big urge
социальные
and need
сети.
to share knowledge,
Люди сейчас
I,
ищут ответы на свои вопросы.
choose a tool like
И
social
нужен
media.
тот,
And people
кто
are looking for
подскажет,
the answers to
где
their
найти
questions
ответ.
right now, and they need somebody to tell
Мотивирует
them
меня
where to find the
внутренняя
answer.
потребность
And what
рассказать
motivates
людям
me is my
правду,
inner need to tell
которую я
people the
узнала.
truth that I
Если я
have learned.
искренне хочу
And if I
поделиться,
sincerely
меня
want
не
to
могут
share,
остановить
no
никакие
doubt can
сомнения,
stop me,
потому что чувства,
because
идущие
the
изнутри,
feeling that
настолько
comes from
сильные,
within
что
is
преодолевает
so
любое
strong that
сомнение.
any doubt
Если
is
посмотреть на проект
easy to
«Созидательное
overcome.
общество»
And
и
if you
все
take a look at the Creative
конференции,
Society
которые прошли за
project and
эти
the
2 года,
conferences that have taken
насколько
place during
изменилось
these
наше
2
понимание
years,
этого мира,
how
понимание
much the
изменения
understanding
климата
of
и
this
наличие
world
тех же
and
кризисов.
understanding of climate
За такой
change and the
короткий срок
presence of
наша мировоззрение
crisis in
очень
our world has
изменилась.
changed. During such a
Также
short
этот
time,
процесс
our
происходит
worldview has
и в
changed.
обществе.
And
И когда мы
these
знаем
processes
правду,
also take place in
нас
society.
многое
And when we know
обманывает,
the truth,
потому что
we
мы
cannot
видим
be
ложь
deceived
и
because we
понимаем,
see the
кто ее
lies and we
навязывает,
understand
с какой
who
целью.
imposes them on us and
Общаясь с
with what
людьми
purpose.
с добром
And
и
talking to
уважением,
people with
я
kindness and
понимаю, что
respect,
всем
I
сложно жить в этом мире.
understand
Но
that it is
самое
difficult for
замечательное
everyone to
то,
live in
что
this
есть
world, but what
выход из этого
the
тупика.
greatest thing
Просто
is
нужно
that there
поверить
is a
в
way
себя.
out of this
Я просто
deadlock.
задала
You
себе
just need to
вопрос,
believe in
что я
oneself.
могу
And I
сделать,
just asked
и начала
myself a
пробовать
question, what can I
разные
do? And I
варианты
started
распространения
trying
информации
different ways of
через
spreading the
публикации
information
постов
through
на
posts
разных
in
языках,
different languages,
в
in
группах на
groups on
Facebook и
Facebook, in
TikTok.
communities, in
Для этого я
TikTok.
использую
And
переводчик.
I'm using
Перевод.
online translator for
Никаких
that.
сложностей
And
нет.
friends,
Это
there are no
сознание останавливает
difficulties.
нас,
This is
чтобы мы не
consciousness that
действовали.
stops us so that we would not
Используя разные
act
аргументы и
and
доводы.
using
Но
different
если есть огромное
arguments
желание,
and
то все
different
возможно.
things, right? But
И
if you
начала
have
я
desire, if you
распространение
have
из
great
одного
desire,
медиума было
everything everything is possible. When I started spreading the information, my son was only 6 months old, and right now he is 7 years old. And I continue sharing the information about the Creative Society project with people, and I'm happy to see how the project is growing and more people joining it, with whom we become good friends. Thank you so much, and I pass the floor to the next speaker.
A person who defends his inner freedom, defeats his true and only enemy, his consciousness, is a true hero. And such a hero, even alone, can do a lot. But when the number of such heroes is increasing, they unite together and change the world for the better.
But if we are free as personalities, or if we are fighters, real warriors and heroes, we confront our consciousness. We strive to live. We strive for love and happiness inside. Then from this perspective, from the perspective of the freedom of personality, we see prospects and opportunities. Isn't that so?
It is.
We see that we can change a lot. We see that we are capable of changing this consumer's format to a creative society today, now. We can. Yes, together, we cannot do it alone. But on the other hand, even one man in the field is a warrior. This year has shown as never before how many people are capable of changing a lot single-handedly. At first they are alone, but then masses of people join them, and many things change. Isn't that so? It is. Why? Because they feel the verity, they feel the truth, and they follow the truth along the right road. And they're happy inside, because they realize they're doing that, not for themselves. After all, an egoist does everything for himself, and everything is around his own self, while a free personality acts for people. Those are truly heroes. Heroes are those who do not seek their personal selfishness and to elevate their pridefulness, not those who tramp on people's heads or seize what doesn't belong to them, but those who, despite anything, do everything they can for people. Those who give, those who act from the inside outward, not from the outside inward, and the difference here is enormous.
Right. And the high level of altruism exactly eliminates pridefulness in a person.
That's right.
This phenomenon itself deactivates the centers responsible for egoism,
right.
And a person is capable of...
Genuine, true altruism and selfishness are incompatible things.
Yes.
They are antagonists.
Right.
Friends,
today is the 7th day of Solitary Week of ALLATRA IPM participants. Throughout the week, we gathered with you to share our experience and insights, and we saw a huge number of people who aspire to life, who are already changing the format of our society from a consumerist society to the creative one. These are people who knows what it is to be an altruistic, what it is to do everything possible for people. Thank you to everyone. Today we're sharing about the experience of working on ourselves and the victory of altruism over the selfishness. Roman, we are happy to give you the floor.
Thank you so much. What I would like to talk about is participation in project, the second wing of work on oneself along with spiritual practices belong, because it allows you to apply and practice the skills you obtained in the course work on oneself. It allows to discover new layers, problematic issues, shortcomings, and sometimes the number is really baffling and shocking, but seems like only adult and the student can make same mistakes after the after the 10th time, but it's okay. We like dancing because it's really because group is actually me, and one of my personal shortcomings is this organization attempts to regain control over time and do not stop, and especially thanks to channel Telegram to work on self-discipline and planning, there is a movement, and I hope and I'm thankful that there's such initiative appeared, and I hope by the summer we'll have good results, and I will forget less and more ideas will be brought to completion, and of course work in a team remind me what I have postponed and what can I postpone, so I really learn how to properly take feedback, the constructive criticism, and give it to someone, so because which can be really difficult. Emulator does not sleep because sometimes pride, the second deficiencies rises to sky, and it seems like that only I know how to translate, only I voice over well, and I'm learning to see these resources, because it's really, you cannot do everything alone, but everything cannot have, you cannot have time, but you can do the most important. As for this, you need to really prioritize and use the right tools and keep your mind on the pencil, so to say, very in frame. And what I have also learned when you experience, when I treat other participants with love, more than necessary, it seems to my consciousness, and the connection between people becomes stronger. It seems to the consciousness that it's greater things, so to say, like when you love and embrace the person. The consciousness may sometimes say that you're not sincere or that you embarrass people, but in the end, these provocations are silenced, and that you don't pay attention to them at all, because you have made your mind and you love. There are many of us, and just at the behest of consciousness we develop it, and how to have it, we need really to communicate soulfully if possible, until I get time for free view of the situation, have a fresh sight, and don't become a hunter, but also to really do practices and spiritual practices, and we learn all of this with people, and just part of my experience. And thank you so much for your attention, and I pass it forward further. Thank you, Rom. It's really a great experience, and hello everyone. And today I want to share my story. After get acquainted with books of Anastasia Novak and videos with Igor Mikhailovich, I once wrote to our participants on ALLATRA TV on Instagram, and a great dialogue started, and as a result I came to the broadcast. After that I went to classes, to our joint meetings, and I got to know everyone, and gradually I came out to the conclusion that I wanted to participate, because participants held master classes on editing, the premiere, and I like it. And then parallel to the editing, I also would like to formalize myself with TikTok and use this network to inform about Creative Society. It was always a push inside to inform others about Creative Society, and there is always someone who gets in the way, who blocks it. So I decided to use TikTok as an opportunity to start talking. I haven't really little experience editing in Premiere, in Adobe Premiere, so I became interested to learn more about what TikTok is. And first I just watching how guys make accounts and what they do in that, and I want actually to try it myself, but I didn't know how, so I just started. First I will only publish some snippets, some really short videos from conference, and then I decided I will share my own experience and sites and so on. And I realized that Creative Society project was very important, is very important for me, and in general that it's only chance for everyone came at once, and I have not a complete. There was actually an understanding of importance of the project and the process of participation in the project. Participation, calls, different understandings came. I understand who am I, emerged, and begin to understand what your attention is and how to operate it. Of course, there were also projects that are more revealing to me, and I faced my pride. That's also a very interesting moment of observation of yourself when you carrying out and enjoy a project with someone and notice the idea that someone irritates me, and how appears this internal struggle. The whole mind practice also helped me, and there was a moment when it was not always possible to get away from it, and at the same time understanding who you are and your inner goal, it helps you to move on, overcome it. And now you understand, I understand that this negative experience is very, very valuable. Once you have it, you can correct a mistake. And then when you do nothing, then there is nothing to correct. And the most important thing, not to stop. Even if you don't know something, you can always learn from your experience, from experience of others. You can gain this. Gain it. I will always waited for some inspiration, some push. But the most interesting thing, it was always here. But it waited in my mind, but it was always inside. Thank you.
Артем, спасибо большое за твой опыт.
Artem, thank you so much for your experience and for your active participation in TikTok social network for us in 2021 of the team of our American team and participants all over the world. There was also a question whether we really should develop other social networks, and well, after the conference, global crisis that really affects everyone, but also a question appeared whether we need to really invite celebrities to the next conferences, global crisis, time for the truth. And I noted that every one of them has a Twitter account that they really they do maintain them personally. And I understand that there was a lot of attention. It should be a lot of effort to invest in developing this social network. And well, understand that we really need to put this attention into this, and because really amazing, the social network is so. We got so much responses from people, and in the end, we figured out that it was a really good decision, very correct one. And in addition, this we have some confidence that we really got reach outs. Celebrities, because our posts they cannot be not seen, not mentioned, and all participants all over the world also participated. And our participants, Alessia, she sends me some message. You see, near you there was one cafe where Sylvester Stallone comes often, and together with Schwarzenegger often go. Maybe why don't you can meet them? And there are also hairdressing salon where they cut their hair. So maybe you can just find them there. We also booked this haircut there, and we started communicating with the hairdresser, and we learned that they're coming without any appointment. They usually come at 6 in the morning, and because we understand, okay, we can wait. It's not like good attention in our time to be there 6 a.m. every morning. So we just sometimes we spend some days and near this cafe, and we didn't met them, but we was just hearing around, and there was one woman when we passed by, and she heard that we would like to make interviews with Mike Tyson, boxing trainer, with Mike Tyson's boxing coach, and she just heard what we have talking, and you understand that this sequence of some really unexpected things, some events happening, chain of events, and in the end, all the result of these efforts made, and we talked personally to the assistants, we talked to them, and we see. And we see that there was also an institution of Schwarzenegger who can if you pay some attention, like 15 assistants, and for sure, if our task was not to convince somebody, but to inform. Because there is a conference, and guys, if you will not even participate, it's your own choice, but you for sure you will know about it, and for sure we know that for those people who will tell about the project, will understand that this conference is, and you can join if you want. And of course, it's a teamwork, and like I'm asking whether I'm doing enough or any other do enough, and somebody sends me a message, oh, please, we need a host for today, live broadcast, and I try to manage all my time, and I would like always to say yes, and then start thinking how I can manage all of it. But when there are no messages, I just start thinking, why, guys, why don't send me these messages, right? And where they are. And of course, without it, I could not leave it. It gives you understanding and feeling that you really do something important for others, for other people, and it's really great present that we all know what to do, and in order to be most productive for other people, and when there is an opportunity to do something, and some really creative one. I always love music and to editing from videos, and because as a child I have the camera and it was some this first phone with camera, and I love to make movies, shoot movies, and I like to edit them. And in the end, it's a really valuable, really valuable skill, because in our movement it's really valuable. And we start to make videos with Roystar, Rhino Lay, and we just walking through the city. We shoot the video, we had a camera, and we just video, and like in a few weeks we just edited. Our participants made a color correction, and then the really qualitative result came out. And thanks to our artists who really inspired us for such actions. And what I also noticed that when you communicate with people more, and what I see in the end, when the guys, for some guys, do editing, and then you just write songs, and he also sings and play guitar, and it's so how talented are all the people, and maybe these talents are just appears inside them only because of they have this inner ALLATRA inside them, and on maybe participation in the movement. And I just don't know whether in ALLATRA movement are all of talented, or this talent just appears when you open inside, like when this ALLATRA lives inside you and it opens. It's just like a very small part of all our experiences, and you will get a flow further. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dali, and thank to all of you, friends. Thank you for taking actions, for sharing with people what you have found yourself and primordial knowledge, and for informing people about the main project of the movement, the Creative Society. Each of your action is the first of all step of your development as a personality. It is a victory over consciousness and understanding of how it works and desire to get out of its control. Spreading on social media is always about communicating with people, is a victory over selfishness that helps you learn to talk to everyone as a friend, to deliver the information with care, because it is so important for each person. Let's continue to watch interesting and inspiring videos.
Hallo, mein Name ist Andrea und mir wurde die Frage gestellt, das Wissen von ALLATRA, wie hilft es mir in meinem Leben, was bringt mir das Wissen von ALLATRA? Und im ersten Moment habe ich gedacht, ja, eigentlich ist es für mich eher so wie, es fügt sich alles zusammen. Es ist also die einzelnen Puzzleteile, die ich habe, fügen sich durch dieses Wissen von ALLATRA zusammen. Das ist so die eine Sache. Die andere Sache ist, mir ist dann doch was eingefallen, was ich erst durch dieses Lesen des Buches erfahren habe. Und zwar ist es die Sache mit diesen 4 Wesen. Das ist schon spannend und schon sehr interessant und hat mir schon viel geholfen, weil es so deutlich wird, die Sache mit dem Bewusstsein. Ich hatte diese Woche, ich arbeite in der Prophylaxe, in der Zahnmedizin, und habe mir zur Aufgabe gemacht, ganz viele Menschen über die kreative Gesellschaft zu informieren. Und dann hatte ich einen Bundeswehrsoldaten. Es ist auch kein Deutscher, sondern ein Armenier gewesen, also armenischer Landsmann, Bundeswehrsoldat, junger, sehr sympathischer Mensch. Und da habe ich gedacht, wie soll ich denn den auf die kreative Gesellschaft ansprechen, und merkte so, aha, das war so mein Bewusstsein, was ich sagte, das ist ein Bundeswehrsoldat, was will der mit der kreativen Gesellschaft, das interessiert den doch nicht. Und die ganze Zeit hat mein Bewusstsein mich attackiert und ich habe dann irgendwann mal innerlich gesagt, Mensch, halt die Klappe und ich frage ihn doch und habe ihn dann darauf angesprochen und mich einfach über diese Attacken meines Bewusstseins hinweggesetzt, nicht drauf gehört, einfach nur der Intuition und meinem Gefühl aus dem Herzen heraus gefolgt und was sich dann ergeben hat daraus, der war so interessiert, der war so dankbar für dieses Gespräch, was ich dann entwickelte und das war wieder so ein echtes Highlight, wo ich denke, guck mal an, ne? Dein Bewusstsein. Und ja, dieses Wissen über diese 4 Wesen hilft mir auch ganz viel in anderen Bereichen, vor allen Dingen in Bereichen mit Konflikten, wo ich denke, welche Wesen agieren denn da jetzt gerade wieder? Und es fällt mir leichter die Beobachterposition einzunehmen durch dieses Wissen. Ja, das ist so das Highlight, sage ich jetzt mal, was jetzt so im Rückblick, seitdem ich das Buch lese, ich so wiedergeben kann.
Hello, dear friends. My name is Olga, and I wish to share with you my story. Not so long ago, my family and I moved to Lithuania. Before the move, before I got acquainted with the guys from ALLATRA IPM Lithuania, I wanted to be useful to my Lithuanian friends, so I started thinking about how could I get information to even more Lithuanian-speaking audience about the incredibly important project of all mankind, Creative Society. So the guys and I decided to start informing about the project on TikTok. At that moment, I didn't understand Lithuanian very well and didn't know anything about a TikTok. But if there is a need to share and serve to share the Creative Society project information and serve the spiritual world, it is not an obstacle. It is really easy to understand how TikTok works and how to mount it on a phone, and you can respond on the comments with an interpreter. And today the channel we've got a good result for 2 months of existence of our channels. And of course, when you're working during the project, the system is stopping you from inside. When running an account, the system does not doze off either. For example, there was several cases when before published videos which gained hundreds and thousands of views, the consciousness thought, this video will definitely not gain many views. You posted 2 days in a row similar ones, but they didn't get many views. Or otherwise, there are technical issues appears, or there are some interferences in the publications of the video. Video has to be reloaded several times. When you track those moments, it becomes just funny and you just start to act even more. And the separate topic in the comments under the videos, that's the comments. Sometimes you have to actively work on yourself, or a person wrote something without studying the question, and you read the commentary and your consciousness puts accents where it wants, or you leave out a word and then the meaning of the message changes. But your goal is to love every second, and then you find the words to respond to the person comment with love. So you can always find the words, the kind words to reply to the person with the adequate answer. There was cases when people becomes our subscribers or already had a dialogue with others on our page defending the truth. Dear friends, let's look around us and let's answer honestly to ourselves. Is this the kind of world we would like to leave our children? If not, then let's build the world that we want to live in which the main thing is a human life, in which there are creative ideology, and it is more than realistic because we are more than 99% who wants to build such a world. But in this case, desire alone is not enough. And you need to concrete actions by people. And if you doubt, my friend, if you still doubt, now is the right time to join us. Please join us. Together we can do more. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, Ольга, и спасибо большое всем. Меня зовут Ирина.
Thank you so much, Olga, and thank you so much, everyone. My name is Irina, and I participate in international directions. I participate in spreading the knowledge in social networks and video editing, and I wanted to share how indeed everything is interconnected. I mean, the work in myself, loving God, and participating in projects. And initially, the desire to participate in project is generated by this inner love. When you feel it, it fulfills yourself in a way that you want to share it. It overwhelms you. It basically makes you act, and you cannot stop but sharing it. And when you're in love, there is no need to overcome consciousness because you act from love. And when it happens, when you start participating in projects and your consciousness won't let you participate, it means that we already fed our consciousness enough with our energy. How much attention we put into movies, soap operas, social networks, TikTok, Facebook, and so on. I had such an experience when I kind of like fed up my consciousness so that it became like a heavy stone, and it stopped me, and I didn't have a desire to help, to participate. And of course, because of that, you feel very bad on the inside. And I had to force myself to step over the consciousness, and I started reading the books, and they're so nice, and they helped me to get back to the needed wave. And you basically direct your attention to the dialogue with God, and you find love within yourself. And the best thing that you can do to find that love within, it's basically to turn inside. And when you feel this love, you cannot just sit down and be inactive. You cannot basically force yourself to do something if you don't feel the love. And helping people is like the internal need and necessity. And what's interesting, when you are already participating in projects, this love, it multiplies. And for example, it happens that when you work in a document, and suddenly, it happens that the love comes from nowhere. It's like the support that comes, and the consciousness basically goes to the background, fades, and the feelings come to the forefront. And you're so fulfilled with this love that you don't even want physically to do anything, but you understand how the spiritual world supports us. And this is a special feeling when you are serving, when you are spreading the knowledge, and when you are helping people. And when participating in projects, it is really great and useful for you, for yourself personally. I understood that it's not me who's helping in the projects, but the projects are helping myself, because when communicating with people, you notice some unworked patterns, egocentrism, and power merge, and how valuable it is when you notice this, when you see it, and you step over this pattern, and how important it is to start doing something for others, not for yourself, and to basically act not from the desires of your animal nature, your egocentrism. Because I had a lot of situations when it tries to stop you. Somebody thought bad about you, somebody is thinking bad about you, and how important it is to communicate, to clear the situation, because these thoughts to be honest, they can stop you from further communication with a person, and this can basically lead to bad things, not only for you but for the project as well. And it's really important to put yourself not in the first place, but to be driven by our common goal, because we're heading towards the same direction, so same path, because we're friends, we are like-minded people, and it is really important to always share the thoughts that you hear in your head, because consciousness, it always wants to make it quiet, to make you stop talking, and that is why it is really important to share everything. And you know, for me, it was a really big impetus to action, and a very big inspiration was the previous conference, as well as the videos with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, where when he talked about the artificial intelligence and when consciousness can count everything very quickly and think about the future, but one step of a free personality can change everything, all the calculations. And I had such an understanding that we will succeed, we can do everything. When we are in love, we act, we love, we cannot not build the creative society. And we will succeed, of course, if we believe in it. Nothing will work out if we doubt. And to be honest, I noticed that I had thoughts from the consciousness that gave me doubts, especially when you communicate with people on social media, on social networks, when you answer on comments and people have doubts about the creative society. They say that it's utopia, they say that you won't succeed and things like that. And this information can kind of like make doubts in your head as well. But after the conference, these thoughts of other people cannot stop me, because I know for sure that by acting every day, we will build the creative society. And this is, you know, kind of like strict assurance of moving forward. And it will be able to light up this light within other people, and it will help us to build the creative society together. Thank you so much, everyone.
Добрый вечер, дорогие друзья.
Good evening, dear friends. Thank you so much for sharing your experience. And right now, I would like to share the experience of the Chinese team. And I noticed that with each conference, we become a step like further, and we develop. And I would like to tell about myself, say about myself that my knowledge, my skills of the Chinese language became much better, and thanks to this cooperation, this work, I learned a lot. And also I wanted to say that I got acquainted with a big number of different people thanks to participating in these projects, and I'm very glad that I can do something for this common deed. And I would like to say thank you for the possibility of participating in the projects and sharing the information about the creative society. And as the previous speaker, Irina, said, the projects are useful to ourselves, and we can learn something new from them while participating and being involved, and I can do something good for the world. Thank you.
Спасибо, спасибо, Ирочка. Тоже хотела бы поделиться своим
Thank you.
участием в
Thank you,
китайском направлении.
Irina. I would like to share my experience in participating in the Chinese team, how it happened that I got involved. In the Truth of Life video, Igor Mikhailovich gave a very good advice. If you want your mind not to be distracted and not to throw up doubts, you should occupy it with something and learn Chinese. Well, I'm an easygoing person, so that's what I did. I went and I decided to study Chinese language. Well, learning Chinese is good, but it's even better to implement your skills in practice. And once, during this week of solidarity, just like today, Victoria, having heard about my hobby, invited me to participate in the Chinese team. Of course, my Chinese language was an elementary level, but it was enough just to start making the voiceovers for the videos and to do the titles for the videos as well in Chinese. And of course, if there were any questions or something was not clear for me, the guys always helped me promptly and offered advice and help. And just as an example, the latest conference, Global Crisis Time for the Truth, we all remember what a huge and intense the conference was. And thanks to our well-coordinated teamwork, we were able to translate almost all the videos and do the dubbing, the voiceovers into Chinese language. And can you imagine? The whole Chinese world, it's more than 1 billion people. They were able to hear this important, valuable information, to hear the words of Igor Mikhailovich, Danilov. They were able to understand them in their native language. And, you know, a huge, immense pride and gratitude for the whole team, for the whole movement in general. And you really feel another level, and it is very inspiring. And another example of motivation I would like to share is when you get connected to the teamwork and you see how many people are involved simultaneously. Someone is doing the translation, someone is writing scripts, someone is doing the video editing, someone is coordinating all this. And plus, all this is happening in 100 languages. And also the technical support team who makes it basically live, the broadcast live. And it is really inspiring, and you know, I can compare it to like a race. You participated, but you pass it on next, and more people get involved, and they spread the information, they convey this important information about the creative society to a bigger number of people. And this is, you cannot just sit back. It is really inspiring, and it makes you act even more. Thank you so much.
Вика, передаю тебе слово.
Vika, I'm passing the floor to you. I'm very happy to be a part of this friendly team. Can you hear me? Yes, I'm very happy to be a part of this friendly team, and I joined the team by accident. First, I joined the team of design, to learn the Photoshop and to help make motivators. And Natasha, designer, offered me to join the Chinese chat room to help with designing pictures for Chinese social networks. And at that time, I didn't know Chinese. I just started learning Photoshop, and since our team is international, there are a lot of participants from different countries, I had a language barrier. But at the same time, I had a huge desire to help, and I was acting, I was helping guys, and I began to learn Photoshop. Consciousness, of course, told me a lot that you don't know nothing, you can do nothing, and what I needed to do is just to step over the consciousness and start acting, because I understand how important it is. And already today, thanks to guys, I already confidently work in Photoshop. I began to communicate freely, and I learned to work in a large international team. We're like a big family, and it is really grateful to be a part of this amazing friendly team. And I'm really thankful to all the participants for our well-coordinated teamwork. Thank you so much.
Друзья, всем привет, кто смотрит этот эфир.
Hi everyone, dear friends.
С того момента, что
From the beginning, I would like to share from the moment we were thinking what we would like to talk about. In the beginning,
ступор, да? А потом
there was a bit, we a little bit stuck because we didn't have any ideas. We just didn't have any idea what should we talk about. And when each person starts to talk about what he've done, where he participating, so we just had no time to write everything because it was so inspiring. There was so much things that we was able to do and how many things we can do now and each person can do. And that experience with preparation for this live broadcast gives us an insight about that each of us stepping over the consciousness and do something for the goods of other people. Okay, I could compare it with, for example, that I bring ourselves, we bring ourselves to the ocean as a drop, and then it's like we create the huge project by placing a drop of our thoughts of each of us. And we also participated for the other conferences, which was translated to Chinese language, and we wrote the letters to all celebrities in China in the different social platforms. And we wrote to Jackie Chan. And we also got a remarkable experience how to communicate with the people from the different countries. We communicate with them and especially Jackie Chan. Everyone likes Jackie Chan. And in general, it's so amazing experience. There are so many people connected, and we sent so many letters, like a physical letters to a different part of the world, and we made a lot of videos about how people are inviting for the conference the others and how they do some selfishness, the things, the altruistic things. And whenever the person is, and doesn't matter. And I also would like to express a huge gratitude to the guys who have done during 1 year a website on Mandarin, on Chinese language. And that was a huge amount of work, a lot of forces been involved. So many people from different countries participated, and this is like constant translations, renews, updates, and everything was recorded by the guys, and it was so organized, and the team was so friendly, and it was so the people were so inspired And they also was very happy to see the result and to get all the information. And I also want to say that right now we are leading the very active social platform, and every one of us taking the responsibilities on its own shoulder. And what is interesting, from the beginning, we didn't know anything about what to do, how to do. We just started to do, and that's it. We took decision to do. And that step, it allowed us so fast, all together, connected, participate, create the contact, the content of the project, and we receive an amazing experience. It is inspiring. And the people are asking such questions, which we can find out the answers in ALLATRA. And because and in creative society as well, because the project is focused on the whole humanity, and it's so important for the humanity. And there are so many people open for that, and it's inspiring to do even more. And we feel that we can do in the ways more than we are doing right now. Because when the people commenting about the project, and it's a live comment, it's inspiring. And I also would like to, in a conclusion, I would like to say, when we just begin the translations to Chinese, actually we was thinking how to do all those things, how to make it happen. And when we prepare for current live broadcasts, and we call up with the guys, and we discuss about what to present. So we discussed to talk about it. There are many people in the team who doesn't know Chinese language, but they really want to help. They just want to help. They just want to participate, and in order to spread this information for everyone. That's why thank you so much, everybody. And now we would like to pass the floor to Katerina, so she will say about her experience. Good evening, all.
Hello, friends.
I'm smiling.
Just but smile. Everything's just too excited in me. So I have this story. One day I found out that Chinese team needed help in translation Chinese text, and I decided to help. And I will tell you right away that I do not speak Chinese. So Chinese characters is something well interesting, but incomprehensible. But I just had a desire to help people. So in this way, I got acquainted with the Chinese team, and in the process of working with one of our interpreter, the simultaneous interpreter, with Yakub, we found a normal, so to say, interpreter translate, and it was so joyful to be able to help in some other way. And today I know that with today's technologies, if you do not know the language, it's not the barrier not to take part in this team. Thank you.
Да, хотелось бы поддержать то, что улыбка просто не сходит с лица.
Thank you so much, Katyusha. And I wanted to say that, I can't help but smiling. And it's really joyful that we have team all over the world, participants from all over the world. And I wanted to add that we were inspired by other teams of other directions, and the whole ALLATRA movement, all the volunteers of the Creative Society Project. Every person is such an inspiration for us. And the examples, there are so many examples all over the world. You cannot basically sit down and do nothing. You want to act, you want to spread the information all over the world, and probably the goal of us, of our team, is to share the information that everything is possible when we are united. For example, the example of the Chinese team talks about the fact that when we are united, when we step over the fears and consciousness and doubts, we act no matter what, everything turns out great. And guys share that there are a lot of people who don't speak Chinese, but they participate in the team, but there are also a lot of people who know Chinese, and these are the people from China, people of other countries who speak Chinese, and all people are really, they really support the information about the creative society, and they all want to live in such a world, in such a society. And I also want to add that every participant of the team does everything possible to connect even more people. For example, Irina, who was the first speaker, she joined our team before one of the conferences, and she shared the information with all her acquaintances, all her friends, all her Chinese friends, so that they could help in simultaneous interpretation. And our team just kind of like was freshened up, and she inspired so much all of us, and she found a lot of different ways how to invite people. And every conference is like another step forward, and as well as for the team, as well for the members of the team. And we all learn from each other, and we learn how not to doubt and to move forward no matter what. And from my personal experience, I would like to add that sometimes it happens that every person, has the states when you're kind of like not in the mood, you're a bit sad, and when you basically not listening to the thoughts like that, you just start doing something. You take a task, you give a call to somebody, you start translating some kind of document, just start doing something, and this passes away, and you feel this freeness inside, this lightness inside, and the importance of doing something. And for me, this today's broadcast is like the experience of personal victories, is like the victory of the team itself and of the people inside the team, because even your personal little step is the big step for the team too. And one team is like a part of all the movement. And if you take a look globally, each one of us, each team is the example of active people. And for now, currently we have a lot of positive events when we communicate with people who live in China, who use Chinese language and speak Chinese language, and we talk about the creative society, and we had a lot of broadcasts, we informed a lot of people, and we basically started accounts in new social networks, Chinese networks, and we talk with so many people, and every person brings such a big example to all of us. And I would like to pay my gratitude to everyone who shared today their experience. It is very joyful and it inspires a lot. And I would like to pay my gratitude from all the team members, because there are not all of us today, but we are grateful to everyone. And I would like to say that you are true heroes. Thank you. And I pass the floor to the next speaker. This is amazing, guys. I cannot even, express how wonderful it is, and how the teamwork of yours and the work on yourself has been done. It's just tremendous, and it inspires so much. And it is also very joyful that how many there are people who basically accept the slide and share it, and how many people there are who are participating in translating into Chinese and preparing the materials. And thank you for giving this opportunity to people in China to get acquainted with the primordial knowledge and with the creative society, with the videos, and with the work on yourself. And big gratitude to all of you guys. And guys, that we should not forget about the fact that the source is in each of us, and the one who accepts the light in such a human, it will burn even greater. Thank you to everyone who is on the path of spiritual development and carries this torch of inner love, lighting up your own path and kindling the hearts of others. And this is something that we should never forget. And right now, let's watch a video fragment of the program Victory over Oneself with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Still, it's so important that there be as much of this light as possible in society, because for a person it's like...
Well, there will be more of it when people start working on themselves more and more. And they will work more on themselves when they know how to do it, when they know the truth. Everything is actually simple. Let's imagine complete darkness and a desert with fine shrubbery and one candle. We are all imagining, right? Meaning you are in such an area with light shrubbery, deserted, and you are holding a candle in your hands. When you walk, you see something under your feet. So just put the candle down and step aside, literally a meter or two, and you can no longer see anything under your feet because you have moved a meter away from the candle. The candle, in this case, is associated with a person who is following the spiritual path, let's say so. Meaning, you are next to him, he is more spiritually liberated, he warms you. You try to see what's going on under your feet in the light of his candle. And now, let's imagine 1,000,000 candles which are simply burning and are placed across the desert. Well, no matter how long you walk, it will be like daytime for you, right? So what's the point? In order not to wander in the darkness of this world, we merely need to be such beacons and feel free to light the path for those who walk.
When you are transforming internally, the desire to help other people becomes a necessity. And you notice that there are a lot of good people around you, that you just surrounded by altruists and you can no longer act otherwise. It is very easy to be an altruistic, to act for the good of society, to act with love for people. And that's exactly what you need, first of all, because that's what grows a human with a capital letter H. Gabika, please share your story about it. Gabika, you have a floor.
Thank you so much, Natalia. And I first of all wanted to thank to all of you because I'm listening to all these inspirational stories, and I also just cannot stop smiling because it's I'm so grateful to be part of this this amazing family, this movement ALLATRA. It is literally the best thing which could ever happen to me. And I also wanted to share today my experience with you, how with work on myself, and it is experience with cooperation and responsibility, and how I overstep my consciousness when working on projects which are very, very important. And what I do, I participate in editing videos and creating new videos and trailers. And this is something I really, really enjoy doing. But recently I noticed that consciousness started to sort of like stop me to take a bigger responsibility, saying that, you know, when I say it loud out, what it's saying, it's like, no, well, you don't like to work under pressure. Or how can you take a bigger responsibility in making one of the videos in upcoming forum? You're not that good. You don't have what it takes. You don't have enough experience. You suck, and so on. And look at these videos which were done for the previous for the last conference, and they were so amazing. You could see that they were done so professionally, and the consciousness is just start to compare myself with others and saying that, you know, you don't have what it takes. So this is going on in my head, but inside I feel that I want to take part in this forum. I want to help. I want to move forward, and I want to become more advanced and take a bigger responsibility. So I stopped listening to these artists, these thoughts in my head, and I wrote one of the participants, Olia, and I asked her, what can I help with? And inside, you immediately, when you overstep this, you feel that this is exactly what you wanted to do. And you feel this great feeling inside that you can actually do it. So interestingly enough, a suggestion came back that I can, of course, help with the videos for forum. Anyone can help. But, you know, there is a script ready for video related to one of the economic topics, credit slavery. And my consciousness again starts this blah, blah, blah in my head, like what? Credit slavery? You know nothing about this topic. You know, you are not an economist. You don't have any associations in your head to make such, you know, video to get good footage and so on. So you wanted the topic related to health, and this is something you like to do, and I'm like, okay, whatever. So I'm observing this chatter going on in my head, and I'm writing the Olia participant back. Okay, I'm taking it. And suddenly you just, there's quiet in your head. And I started to work already on this video, and I'm starting to take new footage, and I can see this is really, really interesting topic. And this is not just interesting topic. This topic is so important nowadays. Because not even being economist, I'm starting to learn so much because of it. I'm starting to understand how all of this is working in our society, how everything is interconnected. And it gives me opportunity to learn new things. And of course, the story is not over yet, because I'm working on this topic with my friend. And interestingly enough, my friend, he's a male, and we never worked together before on video. So it's a new team. And his mind works completely different than mine. And it is so funny to observe what consciousness is capable of making in the process of communication. I will explain. I'm the type of person that I get a task, I have a script, I sit down, and I start working, and inspiration comes to me in the process of creation of the video. But my friend's mind works completely differently. He needs things to be organized. He needs things to be structured. Of course, we needed to sit down and create a table first. We needed to divide everything in blocks. And I'm listening to him, and I'm observing my consciousness going crazy, saying like, why can't we just start working? And, you know, when you work on yourself and you already like understand what thoughts are and you observe this, you're just smiling because you know that these artists, they're just trying to like divide you. And at that moment, I remembered what Igor Mikhailovich said in one of the videos, that if you start working on yourself and you observe your consciousness, it is actually a very funny process. Watching your artists in your head, you know, playing this show, and you laugh at it, you're laughing at it, and you're saying, you're right, give me a break. And you just like dive inside the region of the solar plexus, and you just listen to your friend, and you work on the table. You're dividing everything in the blocks. Everything is so nice and calm. And you learn that, you know, it's so easy to cooperate. It is so easy to collaborate with others, even if your minds are working differently, even if we have a language barrier, because I don't speak very good Russian. My friend speaks Russian, and I'm trying my best to communicate with him. And suddenly, you know, everything is easy because you just, you like your friends, you control your own consciousness, you observe what is going on in your own head. And really, when you put the sentence which recently is Igor Mikhailovich saying almost at every single program, let's love each other, and you put this sentence into practice, then it is so easy. And then in any situation, you understand that if we have a common goal, we synchronize in action, and we actually do it with respect and love to each other, then nothing is impossible. And I'm really, really looking forward to the common result, because we are already in process of editing this movie, and we have a lot of interesting ideas, and also like a lot of great team of people actually work on the script. And so I'm very looking forward to see this result and how it's going to work together. And I'm just wanted to say that I'm very grateful, and I love you all, guys. And thank you to be part of such great team. We can do a lot together. Thank you.
Hallo, liebe Freunde. Mein Name ist
Hello, dear friends.
Ich bin ein
My name is
Teilnehmer aus
Günther,
Deutschland
and
und bedanke
I'm a
mich herzlich, dass
participant
ich als
from Germany.
sogenannter
And
Neuling
thank you very
meine
much for
Erfahrungen mit der
the
Arbeit an
fact
sich
that
selbst teilen
I'm a so-called newbie, but I have an opportunity to share my experience of working on myself.
Zuerst erzähle ich kurz, wie ich zur
Firstly,
IGB
I will
ALLATRA
briefly
gekommen
tell
bin.
you how I came to
Meine
the
Frau
ALLATRA
hatte
International Public
schon,
Movement.
bevor ich sie
My
kennengelernt
wife
habe,
had read
die
Anastasia
Bücher
Novik's
von
books
Anastasia
before
Novik
I even
gelesen.
met her,
Wir haben uns oft
and
darüber unterhalten,
we talked
weil
about
ich
them often
ebenfalls schon
because
lange nach
I had
Wahrheit
been
gesucht hatte
searching for the truth
und
for a
mit
long
den Antworten
time.
nicht zufrieden war, welche
And I
angeboten
was
wurden.
not satisfied with the answers that I was
Beim
offered.
Sprechen darüber geblieben.
Unfortunately,
Wir
talks
dachten, dass es die
of
Bücher auf
this
Deutsch
has
nicht
remained
gäbe.
just talks. We thought
Vor
that
genau
books in German language did not
einem Jahr habe
exist.
ich dann angefangen,
But
meiner
exactly
Frau
1 year ago,
über
I
die
started
verschiedensten
asking my wife
Situationen
about
zu fragen.
various
Was meinst
situations.
du? Was würde
What do you
Sensei
think?
dazu sagen?
What
Ihre
would Sensei
Antwort
say
kenne
about
ich.
this?
Ich weiß es
And her
leider
answer
nicht.
was,
Meine
unfortunately, I don't
Fragen
know.
können
My
wir das
question was,
irgendwie
is
herausfinden?
there any way to find
So habe ich
out?
sie immer wieder
And
gelöscht.
I didn't
Sie fing
stop
dann an,
asking her
auf
further.
YouTube zu
And then
suchen.
she started
Kurze Zeit
searching
später
for information on
kam
the
sie vor
YouTube.
Freude strahlend
And
zu
after a
mir
while, she
und
came to
sagte,
me glowing with
ich habe
joy
ihn
and she
gefunden.
said, I
Ich habe
found
Sensei
him.
gefunden.
I found
Hier
Sensei.
sind Videos mit Igor
Here's a
Mikhailovich
video
Danilov. Ihn
with
gibt es
participation of
wirklich.
Igor
Es ist
Mikhailovich
kein
Danilov.
Roman.
He really exists. It's
Wir
not a
fanden
novel.
heraus, dass es schon
We found
einige
out
Bücher auf
that
Deutsch gibt.
there are already
Und
several
bald
books in
eine
German language,
weltweite
and soon
Online-Konferenz.
there will be a worldwide
Kreative
online
Gesellschaft,
conference,
wovon die
Creative
Propheten
Society, What the
träumten,
Prophets Dreamed of.
stattfinden würde.
And
Diese
it was something
Konferenz haben wir
we
von
had been waiting
Herzen
for with
erwartet.
all our hearts, and it was such a joy
Es war so
to
eine
be
Freude,
there.
dabei zu sein. Und
And
es wurde bestätigt,
it
was ich schon
confirmed
so lange
what I
in
had
meinem
been
Inneren
feeling
gefühlt hatte.
inside for such a long
Es
time.
geht
It
die
is
Liebe.
all about
So war es
love.
uns geschehen und
And
seit diesem Tag
so
sind
it turned
wir bei
out that
ALLATRA.
since that day, we
Damit
are
begann
in
auch die
ALLATRA.
Arbeit an sich
And
selbst.
this is also where the work on myself started. The taming of the animal nature, the control of the thoughts. Consciousness constantly wants to indoctrinate me, impose on me. It's much more important than that you lie down on the sofa and relax properly after the working day. Finding scientists for the next forum will have to wait. You are so tired, and besides, you are no longer the youngest one, so all the chatter from the consciousness was, of course, stringing up emotions. How do I get out of this? First, I sit down. I close my eyes, put my hands on my solar plexus, breathe calmly, and try to feel the lotus flower and feel the love. When I calm down, I open my eyes and I try to stay in the solar plexus as part of my attention. And when my eyes sometimes get heavy, I still get the strength, energy, and motivation from somewhere. And I just keep on participating in the project, keep on going, keep on doing it. And a big help in getting back into love is the phrase from the classes with entry. I wrote it on a card as a reminder. This sentence reads, God does not bring accusations and reproaches. He is only love. God is love. The system is death. Thank you for having the privilege of being here with this wonderful human family today. Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich, for your great love and patience. Thank you for bringing the knowledge back to us and giving us the opportunity to go home. Thank you, Lord. And right now, I would like to pass the floor to the next speaker, to Anastasia.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья. Спасибо большое. Для меня такая радость быть сегодня с
Hello,
вами.
dear friends. It's such a great joy for me to be here with you today. It's tremendously inspiring me, and I cannot stop smiling. And this meeting is incredibly inspiring and fulfilling with such a beautiful feeling of love. And in turn, I also want to share my recent experience of interaction in our Polish team. We had a story in our Polish team that divided the opinions of the participants. And you know, the great thing was in this situation that each one of us understood how important it was for us to come together no matter what situations are. And a couple of times we had calls, we openly, sincerely, and honestly talked with each other, and this led to even more unity in our team. And I just want to add to this topic the words of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov from one of the videos when he said that the team is you, and this is truly really important, and we first and foremost must control our own internal negativity and stop the chain of evil on oneself. And the stronger and friendlier the team is, the more cohesive and sincere our actions are. And I would like to share my personal experience concerning the spiritual practices. You know, I'm sure that everyone feels this internal impulse and how important it is to do the spiritual practices for your internal growth, for your work in oneself. And I understood, of course, that the projects are very important, but also there was such a substitution that it is necessary to show yourself in every project how active I am and to participate in everything that appeared. And you know, this is there was no sincerity in this that it goes from the soul, from the internal impetus. This was such a game, I can say. And the consciousness was saying that why do you need to do spiritual practices, the complex of them? You won't be able to participate in the projects. And of course, the work in the team is going. And when I made a decision, when I made my choice, this internal choice that the spiritual work on oneself is the most important in my life, this is my goal, the goal of my life. And the projects are just the possibility to help people because exactly in spiritual practices, we get this inspiration and strength and power And the projects are just a possibility to implement this strength and this energy for the creativeness and for the help for people. And this is where the service to God and to spiritual world appears. And such an inspiration and joy appeared for me because previously when I had such thoughts like, come on, hurry up, you need to hurry to do more. And, I had this some kind of exhaustion from that, but not joy. And when I began to do the spiritual practices responsibly, to, have our to do the practices, to discipline the consciousness, to control its the things that it does, and it became easier for me to participate in the project, and this participation became even more productive, and what's most important, it was sincere from the bottom of my heart, and in helping people. Thank you so much, and I pass the floor to the next speaker.
Спасибо большое, огромное спасибо всем.
Thank you so much to everyone who's sharing. It's joyful that I'm smiling. So you and I have just heard wonderful examples of how teamwork helps in a personal development. When everyone in your team really works on themselves and not on others, and the result is immediate. The result of both internal work and external actions. We also invite the participants of Shadow Control Project to share the experience of their teamwork.
Всем здравствуйте, всем привет.
Hello, everyone. Dear friends, I would like to share with you my personal experience of participation in the projects and how it helps me in the work on myself. Last year, I joined the Shadow Control project, and as soon as I joined it, my consciousness immediately began to assess myself. What can I do? What I cannot do? Thoughts came to me, as always. Send a system package, right? You won't succeed, you can't do anything, you're not worth of anything. But every time when I heard this, I got over it. Because I was very inspired by the words of Viktor Mikhailovich Danilov from the video Sex and the Spiritual Path, when he said, what the first rule on the spiritual path is about. The system tells you can't love and don't listen. And you should never just support this, agree with this thought, but step over it. And you can, my friend, it's easy. And at the beginning, as soon as I joined the project, I joined the video editing at the time, and I had very little experience, but it was no problem, as the team showed everything, taught me everything very clearly explained. And even they had to repeat many times, they did it with patience, and of course, this was very inspiring, because you feel part of the whole, you feel part of a friendly and cohesive team, and of course, when someone joins us, and then naturally this example of care, it is passed on, because the relationship in the team just is reflected on the work and on the team itself. Also, the responsibility of the guys in the team working on the project and the way they approach the problems, it inspires me a lot. Such examples show how important it is to take responsibility and to bring things to the finish, so to say, and to the whole process. It's not so scary, actually, as our mind just draws, right? But the opposite, by taking responsibility, you gain new experience, new understandings, new solutions for certain problems. In general, just inspiration, great inner joy, because overcoming the consciousness of over his fears and doubts, we get freedom, and this feeling is beautiful. And naturally, because of this, comes the understanding that working in a team is kind of a team benefit in one, right? When you get simultaneously work on yourself and on the project for people. And the work on oneself is just about not thinking about yourself, but about other people, about care, understanding, and most importantly, if you overcome, then you should overcome your consciousness, and that brings actually such freedom and joy when you do it not just for yourself but for other people. And well, I would also like to tell you one story, just an example. When I was a host during when we just broadcast, my consciousness was very hard on me, and through just different thoughts, fear, emotions, that I was not able to do anything. And also I had to follow just or organizing our process. At that moment, I just realized that, okay, I should pull myself together and not wait for the team to help me cope. Although the guys always help to to go with something. But that time, I decided to form kind of inner support with myself, and sincerely, I turned to God and asking Him to help, and just ask Him to help. And when I turned to God, I felt, some kind of relief. And all those that fuss and fears from the consciousness, they disappeared. And that's only because I chose God at that moment. I wanted to do something good for other people, sincerely, not for myself, not for my ego, but for others. And this resistance of consciousness, it disappeared, and everything went just great. And when you, in one way, so to say, a common way, we do something good for people, then we have no barriers for it, except our doubts in the mind, which you can very easily overcome. Thank you.
Большое спасибо, Инна.
Thank you so much, Inna. It was a very interesting experience you shared with us. Along with all the other projects, I wanted to participate in a shadow control project, but I didn't know where to start from and how to help. And then I was scrolling through my Instagram feed, and I saw the friend of mine with whom I started, and she used to tell me before that she was doing things like healing and things relevant to it. So I texted the girls from the project, and we arranged a call with our participants, with our team. And we had a really good conversation about the project, and the guys suggested that we should look for the interesting magicians to interview. Since then, we can't be stopped. We arranged an interview, then filmed it, a few more. And we have another video about the witch. It is under editing process right now, but it will be released soon on ALLATRA TV. And I even got there was a very interesting experience with that video. And I would like to express my gratitude to all our friendly team. Guys, you're really incredible. Thank you so much for doing so many good things and creating such good ideas all together. Thank you for your humor, for creativity, because really we all having different experience. It was a video in the fields or in the small tight room, but because of that experience, now we know what to do. And I would like to say thank you to everyone for the project of shadow control itself, because now we can study our consciousness and the work of the system. Thank you so much.
Спасибо, ребята, спасибо, Олеся и Юрий.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Olesa. Yuri, we are waiting for your story, please.
Yes, thank you. I just listen so much that forget about my cue. Sorry. A very great hello to everyone. It was very interesting to listen to everyone. And I also have a smile on my face. So much work, and it's our common. And I will tell about working shadow control project. First of all, I would like to say that because when the first video of shadow control came out, I understand that I really need to participate in this because I have an experience with shadows, and I know perfectly what kind of horror it is and helplessness when a person experiences from meeting with them. And for me, it was also very interesting to understand how it works, and of course with other people, so other people can also understand how it is and what it is. And then I just how I joined. So I just when I drove some women to her place, I figured out that she was actually know more about it. I take her business card, and she was a priestess. And I sent to guys in the project to find out whether it was interesting to interview her, and it was really teamwork. And after getting a positive response and an instruction, we assembled a team for a shooting. And then we also take as a rule to share our thoughts and feelings after the shooting. It definitely helps out to grow in our understanding of how the system works and helps us to prevent setups by the system. Of course, there are some funny cases. For example, before one shooting, all the participants thought, don't go to the shooting. They can do it without you. But well, of course, all the guys are responsible for common codes, and still the shooting took place. Then, of course, there is the importance of team, of the support and helping each other, because the project is very serious and it's necessary to be especially vigilant. Working with the direct guides of the system, magicians. And we also have seen in our own experience that the system is very cunning and clever, and even with the experience of working on ourselves, and because of it and our understanding, we're talking to the we are talking to the system through the mage's manipulations, and we're skillful in our consciousness. And here it's the team. It's a really reliable protection and support. And I thank you so much, friends, for very inspiring. And of course, thank you to Igor Mikhailovich. Thank you all for our common action. And now I give the floor to our next participant, Anton. He's operator, the cameraman. So maybe he will tell what he sees from his part of the project.
Всем здравствуйте.
His participation. Hello, everyone.
Да, вот, как сказал Юрий.
Yes, as you said, so I'm taking part in the shadow control project as VRED and cameraman. Yeah, of course, there are some different innocent cases when the same cases in other shootings, but sometimes very special cases related to the project. So first of all, the first interviews where you're sitting inside of camera. Your task is to shoot properly without any without any issues, but then you somehow getting so involved in the process, and you want to ask a question, and why the host didn't ask properly. If they ask it the wrong way, not all of question asked, and you forget about everything, about camera, about focus, batteries, and all your thoughts are only about other things. And the practice shows that you just need to wait a bit, and the interviewer asks a question, and this how the teamwork helps. And when you also discuss it after you're shooting, that half of the people have for sure such kind of thoughts, and there are some cases when the shooting stopped, when the operator stopped, talk about it, find a solution, have some time to really, after the shooting, to formulate it properly and not to screw up the shooting itself. And of course, also during the shooting, sometimes you are also understand and try to understand how it related to yourself, and all some kind of advices from our guests also have such kind of helps. Maybe can you really also try it with magicians advices, but then you say, well, I don't need it actually. When we discussed it with God, that such kind of thoughts came to us, and I mean, your task is just like sit and shooting. You don't need to think about all the advices and everything. And because your task is really be concentrated on your task in order to have a quality video in the end. And there also one moment when the material is very good filmed without any issues, and it's very interesting to edit it and to view it after all. After that, an example of when you see some other examples, you don't want to have the same quality and same level of editing. And also like a very nice example, but sometimes you also have thoughts in background that, if you will film everything great, then you will, someone else, such a great job to me, to us, and I mean, why? Then I understand why actually it's very stupid thing, so I don't need it, but anyway, I just have such kind of thoughts. And also like another thing, that heap responsibility for the shooting, you need to take everything in your hand, without you nothing helps. But really, that in reality it's not the case. When you understand that the quality was still good and everything was alright, even without your direct participation. And it's really one of the interesting projects. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing, and thank you, Anton, because myself, I'm standing behind the camera very often, and I could prove it's exactly the same what I have. I mean, my experience is the similar. And then you understand that it's not only happening to us, it's happening to everyone. And whatever you say just now when you stand behind the camera, and then you need to correct something very urgently, and then you're watching the video, there is something wrong, and then we heard our thoughts that telling us ask the question or do something, and if you wait a moment, you will see you actually don't need to ask anything. So you have a beautiful wave of unifications, and thank you so much for the examples of unifications. How many things we can do when we are in the same spiritual way. And it's proof that the spiritual power is endless. And as soon as we unite together in a spiritual wave, as soon we will build a happy world to everyone. And now I invite you to watch the fragment of the video with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, True Heroes.
You know, every one of us has consciousness. Everyone's consciousness is a part of the whole. Sort of an egregore of consciousness is formed. No matter what we call it, it is strong, it is smart, it can forecast something, and so on. But each of us also has a personality. If we compare, let's call it simply, the egregore of consciousness and the egregore of personality, meaning what personality originates from. And if we unite at the level of personality, at the level of free people, really spiritually free people, then these field structures, let's simply call them so for understanding, the egregore of consciousness and the egregore of personality, it's impossible to compare them. Why? Because the egregore of personality will be infinite and eternal. As for the egregore of consciousness, we won't even find it in this infinity. It is nearly nothing. So, if we, as humanity as a whole, unite precisely on spiritual aspects, guys, I'm not saying on religious aspects, I'm saying on spiritual ones, and the difference is huge. No offense to religions. It's true. Then our capabilities will be boundless. Really boundless. Why? Because spiritual aspects are all human values. That's what all the prophets who came here spoke about.
Спасибо, Игорь Михайлович.
Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich. And we have another example of teamwork. This is the Health Navigator project. The floor is yours, guys.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you so much. Today we hear so many interesting stories and they are so inspiring, and every story is the story of great victories. And I would like to share our experience of the team of Navigator of Health. And our team is already 2 years old, and during this time we had a lot of videos, and thanks to each person. And in the beginning we didn't know where to start, and just had a meeting and started sharing what we knew. And during this time the team has grown a lot of people joined from different countries, and people who are connected with healthcare, who are not connected with healthcare as well. And all of them are united by a huge interest to this huge interest to healthcare and to medical issues. And right now we invite interesting people. We began to write scripts, and many of us have learned how to do the video editing, although we didn't know how to do it before. We learned how to set up the light, how to be presenter, and how to set up the location itself, and much more is yet we have to learn. And this also inspires so much, and thanks to the teamwork I saw myself from the outside, and I learned how to step over and overcome my selfishness, and how to act in negative situations, and how to treat them with humor. And what seemed terrible and difficult before now became easy and understandable. And right now it is easy to tell the truth and to be honest with oneself, and the joy and inspiration appeared. And of course, what's more important, I understood how to I realized how to understand people. And I would like to pass the floor to Anya.
Всем привет, друзья! Спасибо. Hello, friends, everyone. Thank you for being together today. It's a great event, and I would like to share my understanding, which I got during participating in the project. And sometimes all of us had such thoughts as, well, this navigator health is not so important. There are other tasks, more important tasks. That health, well, it's not that important for a person? Why should we make videos about that? But when we communicated with the guys, it turned out that such thoughts actually came to all the participants of our project. And then we got this understanding that, okay, if everyone gets such thoughts, the same thoughts, then it's surely not true. Then we should just get rid of such thoughts and go on with the project. Because really, we found out that the system is against this new new episodes of Navigator Health videos. And, even we realized that we should go on, we should act, we should move on. And exactly at that moment, I got this great feeling of unity with the whole team, and I got understanding that I should move on and I should participate in more projects, in more episodes, because these episodes support lots of people. And also, I understood that working in the team, it's like, being under the magnifying glass, where the guys see and you are able to see how the system works, how the system divides teams of people, participants, how the matrix gives the same thoughts to each person. And, it's cool that under such a magnifying glass, you are able to notice these thoughts and you can deny them. You can act differently. You can go on working on yourself and with other guys. It's really great. I'm very grateful to our team for this experience. And we go on working on our episodes. Thank you, friends.
А я передаю слово Олечке и Кате.
Now I give the floor to Oля and Katya, please.
Добрый вечер. Вообще, какое счастье
Good evening, and what a big happiness to be all together. And I would like to add that the teamwork gives a clear understanding that no matter what, you have to go and do it, take the responsibility. And also that we are the people who can take this responsibility, because before that we had thoughts that, oh, I don't know if I will be able to complete it or not. No, we will do it because we're all together. And also I would like to share that in a team there is no someone is necessary and someone is not necessary. Everyone who's doing something is doing just as much as it is necessary for all team to succeed, and this is really amazing. And you can feel the support and the fact that we all complement each other in the team, because somebody says something or does something and something great turns out at the end. And also I would like to note that I started feeling the team as like a single organism, and being a part of it is such a happiness, because you feel like each one of us has this inner lotus flower that is blooming on the inside. And also what really often we experience that you get distracted with some things, but when the team is one all together as a single organism, it is much easier to get involved in the process and not to get distracted, because this is responsibility, and not to fall out of the process. And because who if not us? That is why thank you so much to the team.
Hello, friends. I'm so happy to be with you today. And I would like to share with you just one example. When the video about sugar was prepared and the final version was ready, well, we showed it to a few people, and and these people didn't understand some things. Many too smart words, difficult information for perception. And I thought, okay, these guys didn't like it, but anyway, we'll release this video, post it, and then we'll make another video and explain, so to say, it more clear. But when we had common call, or the team decided that no, we will edit this first version and then we'll post it. And then I got, so I thought, oh, how can it be? Well, I was doing the whole film editing and they're criticizing, okay, let them write the script themselves. But then, I realized that these thoughts are not mine and I can come over them. And when I decided, made this decision, actually I wrote this another script within just 5 minutes, quite quickly. And then I got the thoughts, all right, I have the script now, but I'm not going to do to look for any footages. But here the team helped. Yeah, and one of the participants, Bogdan, he also confessed that he didn't want to make another work on that video, but he was able, eventually he was able to get over the thoughts, and the result was actually great video, beautiful, understandable to everyone. And we got this understanding that it's so important to come over this inner ego and do good for people. And this is exactly what precious, what our consciousness has from us. This biggest happiness when you do something good for people, not for yourself, not for your selfishness. And really, this inspires us to participate in projects. Now I give the word to Dima, please.
Всем доброго времени суток.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to immediately express my gratitude to all of our huge international public movement ALLATRA for the fact that in the movement, like-minded people have come together to make our world a better, more reliable, more stable place. That people learn about the primordial knowledge, which is given in the books of Anastasia Novak and the Sensei series in the ALLATRA book, as well as the videos with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. And a huge gratitude to the movement for a huge number of projects aimed for creation. And of course, these projects are serious work on oneself is also taking place, and just for our help, just to help us, because projects allow us to improve our inequalities. Having seen our negative qualities, your own negative qualities independently or during the work on the project in the team, it's possible to refuse them, thereby improving yourself, and accordingly the work becomes more productive and joyful. I have been, that actually it's very important in my opinion, because when you're doing something for others, then this feeling of joy fills you inside, and and then it's just pouring out. I have participated in the Health Navigator project for a couple of years, and we have a friendly team that works in this direction of preventive medicine. And we like this direction because we're be together and we just find each other to realize this project. And recently, it literally came as such kind of understanding to me that it was actually consciousness just deceived me that I would like to make all people healthy, like to almost forcibly do it. And what I realized as a result of our team calls, that because it was such kind of situation, very hard situation, because what I realized that everyone has a right to choose, and people always have a right to choose, and you should never try to do anything without considering their choices, their
И знаете, после этого осознания как-то стало
And you know, after this understanding, it became so easy inside. I just understood that the saying, because for me, the saying that was not clear for me, you know, that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. You know, and after all that, after this understanding came to me, there are a lot of new ideas come up very quickly. And before, you know, like we just sit and crack our brains, what kind of topic we need to pick up, what should we talk about, what kind of video we should release. But after that, it was really, after our common calls, we have
масса новых идей, и вот сейчас
a mass of new ideas, a lot of new ideas, and now this next releases are just in the process of scripts writing, and I hope they will be released soon, and we'll share everything that we found for everyone, and would be interesting for ourselves, and there are such kind of confidence appeared after our team calls that a real team was born. It's very pleased and very happy, and thank to everyone for your kindness, for your care, for your love, and for your work for benefit of people. Thank you very much, and we'll for sure succeed. Thank you.
Whereas in fact, all kidding and carping aside, collective work is certainly better, but only when a group is in resonance. All this takes place much faster when everyone really strives, when everyone is honest with themselves and with each other, just like the first Christians. Again, let's take those very Gnostics. After all, what did they have? They had exactly purification from all this filth, meaning they had exposure of that very Satan. They could actually talk freely about what was coming to their consciousness. What for? In order to expose all actions, in order for people to understand that when a thought comes to them, they already recall something else. No, I don't need this, you won't deceive me, Satan, because I strive for God and I love God. I don't need your nibbled apple, he says, right? So, well, isn't that so?
It is, and it was also in such a situation when there was so much persecution.
Sure.
They exactly understood that there is no tomorrow, that there is only now and this
Of
love.
course. And again, collective support, collective love, collective striving, and all this accelerates and enhances it. While it's harder for a person to cope with lots of these demons alone, as they say, because there is so many of them that if we begin to enumerate everything, in fact, it's hard to resist alone. One can easily lose one's way, go astray, fall into illusion or something else.
Indeed, we know very well from our own experience, from our example, how easy it is to realize the most incredible ideas by combining our efforts in one goal. Mikhail, please share your story.
Hello. Many thanks, friends. Thank you so much, friends, for the motivating stories. And I want to share my experience of overcoming obstacles from consciousness and getting out of situations. I have participated in video shooting for the conference Break Moment and less than 5%. And the experience in shooting videos was for the first time, like different life obstacles have burdened me that have no opportunity to participate in the project, but when the intentions become strong, the obstacles just dissolve. It was so amazing to watch the paralysis of consciousness. It helped to see out these bubbles of these problems burst. It was really a support of the team and persistence go to success. The atmosphere on the shooting is so homey, cozy, and everyone gives their all, and it feels so good. Mutual help and friendly sharing of our vision such brings such kind of incredible result that it fills up us with even more joy. And that's another story. When the 4th of December came and I participated in the as a streamer for the conference Global Crisis Time for the Truth, and that was really thanks to our actors and from people from different countries. And you see, but when you really just have doubts and from you just really don't know how to do everything perfectly, and then this emerging consciousness is colorful, this science, and I listened to the first time the work is constantly, and I've had in hand for my studies, and the family situation, everything in quotes, encouraged to enact. Getting over it helps to pursue with my choice, and consciousness part carries our task, and just really need to be strengthened. I give the word further. Hello everyone, hi from Dubai, and it's very wonderful today, and many people have thought so many things, and I really have a smile on my face, and continued topic of work on oneself. This scheduled moment that all these moments are just really highlighted and intensified, and then you see where you really need to improve, for what kind of moments bring such joy that you really want to continue and act. And for me personally, in particular, was a moment of video release that without Great Society will be nothing. And we were so inspired, and as a team, to really participate. It was actually our common experience as a team to shoot such kind of video, and we want to continue because this feeling that you feel inside when you work in a team, work for one common goal on one common project, it's very cool. So yet another motivation, inspiration, when Igor Mikhailovich said that the team is you, and this brings that there shouldn't be some kind of special circumstances, and sometimes it's required is if you have time today, just start doing it. Simply start doing it, and don't listen to your thoughts or something else. And for me, it was one inspiration that an example of Natalia from California, that when you have some free time, just went and do some social service, just shooting social service in the street, and there's really such kind of really easy, cool, interesting idea. So I just, and people were so responsive, so interesting. So I just go there in Dubai, and of course I have a lot of thoughts, like it's a strange someone on the street and you don't know him, how you can just come and ask. But with each interview, it was becoming so interesting, so cool, that you get acquainted with a new person, and you know something new, and you learn about it, and of course there are such kind of kaleidoscope of facts, preparation, conferences, and about Great Society. It's very cool. And there was also one case that the guy who were actually get acquainted on the street, and then we invite him for into shooting next day, and he already knows one of the hosts of our broadcast on our channel, and but there are also different situations, work on oneself, work as a teamwork, like when you need to excuse yourself from the job to really go to shoot, to help shooting, and of course somebody would don't want to, but when you step over it, it's such kind of freedom inside yourself, such kind of stone that you just throw out from your shoulders, and it's always when you don't wait for, just don't ask, consult with someone in your head, but think about it, whether you really need it or not. You just start doing it. You say yes, you agree with it, and then you just consider, okay, start thinking, okay, how we'll do it. You just do it on, figure out on the way. And thanks so much for all the participants and for everyone in our Dubai team, and of course for Igor Mikhailovich and Jana and for everyone, because huge thanks to everyone, because you understand there is no I, there is a team. There is a team in Dubai and other countries, and together we are one international family, one international team, and actions of each other as and the victory of everyone is a common victory, and therefore thank you all again, and let's together build greater society.
Thank you so much, Mikhail and Sergey. And I would like to say thank you to the Health Navigator project guys. It's very helpful to me, and with the joy I'm watching your videos, even for my mom, it was very helpful. And it is amazing that you're informing us about their health. And it's not only gives us understanding some things that you are bringing up to the topic, but also it is safe to get own experience and see how it works. And it's good that you step over your consciousness and issue those videos. And that's why thank you so much. It's very inspiring examples. Even for me, I took some knowledge right now. I got some new information, and it is actually belongs to which society people would like to live as well. Never give up, guys. And now I would like the floor to Diana. Let's hear her amazing and touching story. Diana, you have a floor.
Hello, everyone. It's an honor to be your speaker today during one of the events on the Solidarity Week. I just wanted to share with you my experience, how I traveled to Kentucky where tornado hit on December 21st, 2021, where I went there to share and inform people on the project Creative Society, and to interview people for the project Eyewitnesses for the climate topic, for the forum Global Crisis, where the people and we want to live. Honestly, it wasn't an easy experience, because when I went there, it only was 2 weeks since the tornado passed, and there were a lot of losses. For example, I visited one of the areas called Bremen, Kentucky, where they lost 11 people. For such a small town, it was a huge loss, because there was a farmer who lost everything, his grandchildren, his children, his whole house, where he was a farmer his whole life. For him, it was a huge loss. Honestly, I came from a standpoint that I need to be a human. I have to act like a human, and if that person is not ready to be interviewed, that I should stay in my lane and be a human type of person and inform people who is around me. As part of that project, I was able to inform multiple people about creative society and to share that there is a way out. We as humanity can get out of the disasters and climate change that's happening, but only together. What I realized most of all is that it's important what's happening inside of me. It's important what drives me, what makes me human. And as part of this project, I realized that more than anything, Jesus' prayer helps me more than anything. By repeating the prayer inside my head, it helps me to keep going. It helps me to be grateful. It helps me to appreciate my life more than anything. And I just wanted to share with you that it's a blessing to be a part of Creative Society project and to inform people about creative society and that we do want to live indeed, and human life is the highest value. As a result, there are a lot of thoughts that actually pound in my head, but what I realized more than anything, it's important to keep going.
Hallo Freunde, ich heiße Eugen und
Hello,
ich komme aus
friends.
Deutschland.
My name is
Wir haben
Eugene,
hier ein
and I live in
eingespieltes
Germany.
Team.
We actually have a well-coordinated team here.
Verständnis, Respekt und
Understanding,
der Wunsch,
respect,
einander zu helfen,
and desire
helfen
to help each
uns,
other helps us to
Probleme zu lösen.
solve
Und
problems,
jeder
and
strebt nach dem
everyone
gemeinsamen
makes
Ziel.
every effort
Was bewegt
possible
uns
to achieve a common goal.
dazu, dies zu
What
tun?
inspires us to do this?
Das Wissen
What
aus den
helps
Büchern
us?
von Anastasia Norweg
It's
und den
knowledge
Sendungen
from the
mit Igor
books
Mikhailovich
written by Anastasia
geben
Novik
uns
and
das
videos with
Verständnis, dass
participation
wir
of Igor
alle
Mikhailovich
zusammen
Danilov. They give us
diese
the
Welt
understanding that
verändern
we can
und sie
do
wunderschön
everything together.
machen
We can
können.
change this world altogether and make
Als
it a
ich erfuhr,
beautiful
dass es
place to
Hilfe
live
bei
in.
den Vorbereitungen des
When the
Forums im
guys
Mai
told me that they need
gebraucht wird,
help in
habe ich
preparing
gerne zugesagt.
for the
Jetzt
forum in
beteilige
May,
ich
I
mich bei
gladly
der
agreed,
Suche
and now
nach
I'm
Wissenschaftlern
involved
und
in
bei
searching
deren
for
Einladungen
scientists
zu
and
Interviews.
inviting them for the
Es ist eine
interviews.
mühsame, aber
It is
verantwortungsvolle Aufgabe.
painstaking but
Und
demanding
manchmal
and
versucht das
task.
Bewusstsein,
And
mich
at
von dieser
moments,
Arbeit
the
abzuwenden.
consciousness tries to turn
In
away
solchen
from
Momenten
it.
wird mir bewusst, wie glücklich ich mich
And
schätzen
at
kann,
this time,
dass die
in these
geistliche
moments,
Welt
I
mir
realize
die
how
Möglichkeit
lucky I
gegeben hat,
am that the spiritual world has given me
das
this
Wissen kennenzulernen
opportunity
und dass ich weiß,
to encounter
dass ich die
knowledge,
Wahl habe,
and I know
diese
that
Gedanken anzunehmen
I
oder nicht.
have the choice to
Einfach nicht auf
accept
das
these thoughts
Bewusstsein
or
zu hören,
not.
sondern
Just
meine
not to listen to the
Aufmerksamkeit auf die
consciousness,
Liebe
but
zu
to
richten
direct my attention into
und
love
das Bewusstsein arbeiten zu
and
lassen.
make the
Und hier
consciousness
ist der
work.
Vorteil der Arbeit im
And
Team,
this is where the
dass man
advantage
immer
of working in
Verständnis
a
und
team is,
Unterstützung
that you
bekommt.
always
Mit ihren
get
Beispielen helfen mir Freunde
understanding
sehr,
and
sich bei
support,
der Arbeit
and
zurechtzufinden.
by their
Und
example, my friends help
manchmal
me
geben sie
to
mir damit
get
genau diesen
involved
magischen
in
Tritt,
cooperation, and
damit
sometimes they're like
Bewusstsein
the
nicht faulenzt.
magic kick
Und
so
es
that
ist immer
the consciousness would
erstaunlich
not get lazy.
zu
And
erkennen,
it's always
dass nichts
amazing to
unmöglich ist,
realize
wenn wir zusammen sind.
that when we are
Sich eine
together,
gemeinsame Sache
when
in
we're
Harmonie und
united,
Liebe
there's
vereint
nothing
sind.
impossible.
Dies zeigt sich
When
auch
we are
in
in
der
harmony, when we're in love,
hervorragenden Arbeit des gesamten
everything can be
internationalen
done.
Teams.
And this is
Und ich möchte anmerken, dass man
the
sieht,
evidenced by
wie die
the
Teilnehmer
tremendous
innerlich
result of
gewachsen
our
sind.
work, of our
Dass jeder
teamwork.
versucht, seine Aufmerksamkeit
And I
auf
would
das
like to know
Positive und
that
auf das Erreichen
how the
des
team members
Zieles
have
zu
grown
richten.
internally, that everyone
Und
tries to direct their attention to
das
the
hilft und
positive
unterstützt
and
mich.
to the
Und
common
so denke
goal.
ich auch
And
alle
this
anderen
very
Teilnehmer.
helps and
Dafür
supports
möchte
me a
ich mich
lot,
bei
and I
den
think that
Teilnehmern
other
aus
participants as
Deutschland
well too.
bedanken, aber auch
And I would like to
bei
thank
den Teilnehmern
our German participants and also the participants of the international teams, because you see so many positive examples that teach you and inspire you so much. And we also notice this positive development in that the new participants, both in the ALLATRA chats as well as the Creative Society chats, are very happy about this interaction, and they understand and say that they have been dreaming about it all their lives. And I can't thank you enough for giving us this opportunity, both for each individual and for humanity as a whole. Thank you so much. Thank you a lot.
Спасибо, друзья.
Thank you, friends. How many wonderful examples of unification and actions of caring people we hear today. Fortunately, the number of such people is increasing more and more, and each of you, friends, is a true hero who is changing the world through your choice and actions. We suggest you to watch a fragment of the video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, True Heroes.
If we look at how many wonderful people there are in this world, how many people who are true heroes, and what kind of prospects open up before each of them, you should merely step over your own thought, over your consciousness that says no, while you feel that it is yes. You feel that it is necessary. Take a step, and the world will change. There are many people who have taken a step, and this gives hope. So far, only this is saving our world, which could have ended a very long time ago. But it continues. It actually continues thanks to such people, the true heroes of modern times. And it is wonderful that there are more and more of these heroes every day, that people really understand, realize, and start acting instead of sitting idly. This is splendid. It is splendid that the world is waking up. This indicates that there is a chance and a prospect, and we must use it, despite everything.
Здравствуйте, друзья.
Hello, friends. It's a pleasure to be here with you today in a live broadcast. And this year, our team, Italian team, had a new experience. We started to visit different events for the first time and even went to the Venice Film Festival. Going to the film festival was a complete surprise for us and overcoming our minds, our consciousness in practice. And our team members live in different parts of Italy and even outside of Italy. And it turned out that one day we got together in Verona at our friend's house, and our friendly team had no idea that we would end up at a film festival. When our friends told us that there was a festival in Venice and that we had to go there to invite some celebrities to the upcoming conference, our consciousness refused to believe it because we didn't know where exactly the film festival was and how to get there. But internally, understanding the importance and responsibility that falls on us, we mutually stepped over the fears of consciousness and still decided to go to this trip.
Венецианский фестиваль показал, насколько мы все можем.
The Venus Festival showed how we can do anything when we don't listen to our consciousness. For me, it was an example that the choice of even one person to act, it determines the outcome of events that you did not even expect. This meeting with celebrities for us was an example of this. But the most important was a quiet and sincere dialogue with these people. We did not remain without an answer. We we told about the conference, Global Crisis Time for the Truth, and about the project of the Creative Society. People understood the importance of this conference, began to help us. One of such people was the journalist who helped us to pass on the closed terrace where all unknown actors and singers gathered, and where you could pass only by invitations. Without help of people, it would be much more difficult to get there. And I want to add more that such a harmonious team, well, I have never met, and I'm happy to participate in such a team. Thank you very much, guys.
Hello, and news that I have to talk to Javier Bardem in English caught my consciousness in a complete disarray. Because I hadn't spoken English for 15 years, but I knew it was now or never. One more second and the chance of communication may be lost. And that's what we came for. So, when I look in the eyes and to my team members, and I saw such a huge support that all my doubt I placed aside and began to talk to my old acquaintance about our project. And the right words was found and remembered at the right time, and the feedback was positive. It is true that when there is a clear goal, there is no attention to be obstacles of the mind. You just have to act and do everything work out in the best way, especially when you act in such a friendly and supportive team. And also, one more moment I want to share. I remember the moment when on the terrace of the hotel, where the guest was drinking coffee and walking, we wanted to invite one man whose appearance seems to us unusual, but the consciousness has stopped saying that we should not disturb anyone because we do not even know who is he. Later we saw him on the red carpet, and sure enough, he is Pritam Ambrosi, a Hollywood insider. I made a post on Instagram under his photo and wrote that we wanted to talk to him, but we didn't dare to come up, to which Pritam replied, "No need to worry or be shy. You feel free to come up and talk to everyone with kindness and love." And so this case shows that consciousness disconnects because so often we want to tell about the project, but we are afraid to approach people, or rather consciousness is afraid of a negative reaction. We think the moment is not right, but in fact we are all one and should communicate easily and naturally, and no matter what is the reaction. At least this is already an informing process. Thank you.
Здравствуйте, друзья. Поездка в Венецию стала для меня
The trip to Venus was a sudden unplanned adventure, and actually was for each of us and left an unforgettable impression on everyone for the whole life. And it was not because of the meeting with the celebrities, no, but because of the meeting with the dear people with whom, well, as the saying goes, you are ready to go into fire or water, and nothing is terrible, and everything is possible, and the consciousness is easy to overcome, and to find the right words, and even make an action plan within 5 minutes. You understand that nothing in life happens just coincidentally, and this trip helped me to feel and understand and practice what is teamwork about, with a true friendship and love. And I would also like to add and to share more words about the practical work of our Italian team. We started to get in touch actually during the preparation for the conference society, the last chance in May, which was held in May, and after participating in the conference, we began to discuss and to call each other and to discuss how we should effectively act to spread information about creative society. But at first we didn't know how to do it because we had different ideas and couldn't just organize ourselves. But one evening, one participant from another country joined us, and And when she just looked at our work and the team, she helped us just organize. And the result of that call was that now we have a common call every Tuesday, and we share with each other how we inform people about the creative society in different social media, TikTok, in Instagram, and so on. And such kind of interaction, you understand that these regularity, so to say, reported before each other, right? It gave us really great results. And right now we have new participants joining our Italian team, and we tell these participants how we work, and they manage to inform people also efficiently. I'm so happy to be part of such great team. I know that when we are together, then we can do anything. Thank you.
Grazie di cuore per l'opportunità.
Thank you so much, friends, for the opportunity to participate in this event.
È un piacere essere qua con voi e saluto tutti coloro che ci stanno
It's a pleasure
seguendo
to be here with you, and I welcome you to be following all over the world.
Bergamaschi, sono editore delle edizioni We, vivo in Italia e sono cittadino del mondo.
I live in Italy.
Grazie ad Antonia Flavio, una rinomata poetessa italiana che mi ha parlato del progetto 6 gradi di connessione.
When Antonina called me and told me that I would be contacted by Creative Society, I immediately said, yes, I want to meet this in reality. Professional fierceness and trust in Antonia were fundamental elements that immediately made me realize how wonderful and good the Creative Society is. So please be professionally serious, be reliable, be at a virtuous example, use courtesy, start living today by observing the 8 foundations of the Creative Society, and you will see that good people, better people, serious and well-trained professionals will come by themselves. You will not look for them, they will come by themselves. Curious and proactive, confident in what they are doing. Going back to my story, after I heard Antonia and got a call from the Creative Society Project volunteers, I went to the website and I saw what a big event they organized. These are international conferences. I saw the perfect preparation and organization. I saw their strong support and realized that the scale was far beyond what I had imagined. Show people these materials, show them with joy and pride. These materials are here and they are available for everyone. I was amazed. I sat with my mouth open as they interviewed me. I saw the behind the scenes of the video and that we usually never talk about, professional graphics, international directing, volunteer translation teams, collaborating journalists, scripts, and it immediately made me understand the greatness and peaceful power of men and women driven by a common will, common goal to create something unique. I saw that it is not utopia, this is reality. This is not a hypothetical tomorrow, but it is already today. I joined spontaneously and realized for the first time that there is a beautiful world. Connect with these people, share videos on social media without fear, post screenshots, let people know about the volunteers, their stories, and their inner beauty. Post smart comments, tag people. Those who don't know about the Creative Society have a right to be informed. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much, Nicola, for your beautiful words. We live in a unique time, friends, when our common future, the future of all mankind depends on our choices and actions of everyone, and this is not just the words. If I inside making choice to live in the creative society, I act no matter what, and a very big help is in the team of like-minded people, where the real work on oneself is, which helps to learn to respect and love others, and examples of everyone inspired to act even more. Friends, let's watch a video fragment with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Let's simply do what the prophets bequeathed. Love one another. Really love one another. Stop serving Shaitan and start serving our Lord God, and honor our prophets and listen to them. This is simple. And let's start with the simple thing. Let's simply respect and love each other. Thank you for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, friends. Everything is really simple. We can build a creative society, but all together. It doesn't contradict any of our religions, because all religions are streams from one source. And all of us who love God are droplets of these common waters. Thank you, friends.
Спасибо, Игорь Михайлович.
Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich. Each program with your participation ends with the words, "Let's love each other." Thanks to primordial knowledge from Anastasia Novak books and programs with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, the world is already changing because millions of people want to live in love to God, in love for each other. And when we are together, guided by love, nothing is impossible. In respect and love, we will build a creative society, the society that the prophets and each of us dreamed of.
Jason, вам слово.
Jason, floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jason. It's an honor for me to be here and speak and share just a little bit of my experience. I know often it may seem like we hear the same things over and over again, or it may feel to you, if you're listening to what consciousness says, that the words are being repeated again and again and again. But I thank you all for constantly repeating the message to love each other, to love God, and to give thanks for this amazing opportunity. Because the more it's heard, the more that it'll resonate, and the more that it will help people like it did me. In this short time of participating in projects, many things happen in which I was given the opportunity to expose the beast inside myself, as well as that which I see in others. And so I will start this off with an experience from last night. It's quite funny. I had like a 2-page speech written up, and I was told last minute, hey, can you change it? It needs to be oriented towards projects, towards teamwork, and, you know, draw some conclusions of how you learn to step over consciousness and any inner victories you had. And of course, without fail, right away, as the actors want to come on stage. But working in a team, you learn through others' actions to just stop that, you know. And this really speaks to the egoism and pridefulness that we encounter, and its absolute dichotomy. So I pulled up this definition today for everyone. Dichotomy is a division or contrast between two things that are or are represented as being opposed or entirely different. And the dichotomy of pridefulness, of egoism, of those actors on stage is us, the viewer, and our love for God and our love for people. And so projects for me is striving towards that single direction, that center of loving God and loving people. The actors always have questions in chats, and sometimes they're loud, sometimes they're hard to deal with, but thankfully there's so many of us who have experience, and you work in groups and you get to overcome that together by sharing. You know, back during the Arnold Sports Festival, I had some time to spend with Leslie. And Leslie shared something with me then that I'd like to share with you all now, because it was quite profound at the time, and I really needed to hear it. We are all alone in this together. I hope you understand what this means, that each of us are alone in our battles with God and with Satan. And we're actually alone in that battle together. And the more that we move towards that togetherness, we realize that we could break the illusion of aloneness. That highlights the experience, really, of the work in groups. I didn't join you guys earlier, but I would like to discuss 3 things that have really been prevalent in observing myself in others. What happens in groups that causes a dissonance? That true dissonance in groups is self-righteousness. The moment that I accept a thought that I'm better than this person, or that what this person has to say or do is less important than what I say or do, it's it. I've already sponsored the attack, okay? I've already sponsored the non-existence of peace inside. And working in numerous projects, and the more you gain that experience, whether you step over that stone once, twice, 3 times, no matter, you realize that the marking point is peace leaves you inside, that the connection with the spiritual world just stops. And so it becomes necessary to ask oneself, for me, what am I feeling? Who am I listening to? Who am I with? You can work on it to overcome it moment by moment. But the honest answer to that is just simply don't pick it up. As many people have discussed today, just don't pick it up. There's no need for it at all. It's an absolute illusion. How does consciousness divide, whether the beginning of a project, middle, or the end? It's actually all the same. Its actions, it likes to do things in secret. So if something really bothers me now, I make it into a practice that if an actor or a thought or an image or my perception of what's right is aggressive, I need to share it with that person in the group. Whether it's working with the Olgas or working with our international teams, or no matter what, even if the other person doesn't have time to talk to you then and there, just pick up the phone and call the person and talk to them. I have found this to be of tremendous help. And the moment that you expose Satan and its tricks, you feel the inner support from the spiritual world, from the right action, that you exposed the system's patterns here and now, and you learn to walk together. That's the trick, no matter what stage a project is at, that I have found. Logic. We're all participating in projects here today and all over the world, and that in turn means we have to use secondary consciousness as a tool. And so it needs to be disciplined. That's what projects have taught me. how to discipline secondary consciousness. Because all too often, I have found that I finance attacks when I don't have facts and there's assumptions, and I'm backed into a corner because I'm really not putting in the effort to investigate what's really going on, or that I decided to allow it to become comfortable. So for me, in projects, it's a necessary action to discipline consciousness so that it is not financed to attack me, and it's really simple that way. The essential lessons that I've learned, though, regardless of the amount of stones I've picked up and carried in my pockets and on my shoulders, is learning to love others. You know, pride cares about who is right. Humility cares about what is right. And so if I feel that something is right, then I need to take action. And that for me is the totality of what I'm doing, what my purpose is in the project, is just to do all that I can and support those and be there for others that can't. So eventually they can. As the gentleman said earlier, everyone has a right, and an absolute right, to live in the creative society. And I can't look at myself in the mirror unless I know that I'm doing what I can on top of my material responsibilities to deliver the information about the creative society. Looking back while writing this, I was asked, you know, like, what really motivates me to work in these projects, guys, to just jump all in, no matter what I pay for, no matter what consciousness throws at me, no matter whether someone spits in my face, no matter what goes on in the home life, like what? It's people, you know. We've done so many conferences over the past 2 years, guys, and sometimes it's a shocker for me that there's still people that don't understand the realities of the impoverishment of our people, of our society, of the last 6,000 years. And instead of allowing that to be a sense of pride, it's like, that highlights why it's important what we're doing today, because for 10 years, you know, many of us here, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, knew what's going on, that people don't have water, that people don't have housing, that people are living on less than $5 a day. But there's actually a lot of people don't know about this. A lot of people, there's never been a platform for that. So that to me today is a strong motivation to ensure that my children and your children and those that aren't born yet have the opportunity, and by our choice, us willing, that we too get to live in that creative society, this creative society that we're building together today. Also, I always felt internally, since a kid, that I was going to change the world. I just didn't know how, you know. And thanks to the books by Anastasia Novik and the programs by Igor Mikhailovich, I have learned the patterns of the system that were imposed on me and people around me and in certain environments, and why it's done that way, because a human being truly has the ability to change the world. Just one person's action, you know. I mean, highlighted by Anastasia Novik's choice to sit down and write those books. One person, you know. So I felt internally I can do something, and I don't want to betray that internal feeling whatsoever for any material desires of this world. None of it's worth it. Participating in these conferences allows that to come to fruition. Together, friends, we work together to release the shackles imposed by the system on our society, on our people, on our friends, on our families, on our loved ones, and even on those collaborationists, and even on those who work at the detriment against themselves. Is that not important? You know, the only way you can really learn that and gain that experience is by working for others. There are really good people in this world, and I want to remind you of that and myself of that, not just because this is the week of solidarity, but because in working in projects, I've observed that sometimes by not communicating to each other or not speaking out for what's right, we allow each other sometimes to drive away other people who don't read the books by Anastasia Novik, who ignore their internal feeling, but they do sincerely want to work for a creative society. They just don't know where to start. So I ask that we learn to be more human moment by moment through these projects, and to always keep that in the back of our minds, that not everybody is where we're at this time, but has the potential to get there. Working on projects is honestly life or death. Either I sponsor creativity by that internal power that's given to me, or I sponsor destruction, and the choice is mine, and mine alone, and mine to bear. But when I choose life and I choose creativity, it magnifies in a group. Things happen that are completely unimaginable. People bring in different perspectives. People bring in different experiences. Our differences truly do become our strengths, because given this short amount of time that we have, I don't have all the time in the world to learn everything, and nor do I really want to at this point. But someone is in physics and really good at it. Someone's in math. Someone's a great speaker. Someone really loves to deliver quality content. Someone really is good at writing speeches. Someone is good at doing voiceovers or editing. And by focusing on that which we feel we can contribute the most to, the projects grow and the impact grows. In conclusion, how to take action. Just join a project and learn to expose the patterns of the system within yourself, and learn to love people for who they are, and learn to love God. But in my personal experience, the very first step is in learning that you have the choice to hunt the good stuff, that you have the choice to choose that which is positive, as is highlighted in the program Freedom from the Beast Dictatorship Within, and then further highlighted in the Shield. Choose good. When a thought comes in, just make it an absolute habit, and slowly by slowly you learn who you are this whole time and the choice that you have. Thank you all so much. And during this week, thank you, Igor Mikhailovich, for being here with us and giving a tremendous amount of support to the people all over the world, and the selfless actions that you take. And thank you again, Anastasia Novik, for performing the enormous task of getting those words down and getting them to people. And friends, thank you so much for your choice, not only for the spiritual choice, but to really follow the path to build a better world, and to ensure that this umbrella of creative society exists, and that this platform where good people can do good things in action together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jason. It was very nice to listen to you. Ребята, я бы хотела начать с маленькой истории.
Guys, I would like to start with a little story. This is a story how my friend decided to visit me and said that one of her favorite things is to sit at the roof and watching people. And people were coming back home from work and it was just cooking and watching TV. Someone was playing video games, someone was watching soap operas, and as she said, this continued day by day, and every day they did the same thing. And when she told me that, at that moment I felt a huge gratitude for the fact that we have projects, that we have such tremendous opportunities to get acquainted with so many people all around the world and communicate with them. And when you cooperate in a team of people, in a group of people, you have a team, and instead of wasting your attention, and we know the preciousness of our attention, so instead of wasting this attention on TV series, on video games, you can invest it into the betterment of humanity. And by your action, you help not just like millions of people all over the world to get acquainted with the project and to get acquainted with primordial knowledge, but also you share your light with them, and this is so cool. And also it is a huge, enormous work on yourself when you do the teamwork. And a lot of people share their experience, the obstacles that they have to overcome. And you know, to be honest, I have the same things, I had the same things as you did, and I did have to step over my consciousness a couple of times. And you know, this altruism that you feel inside, you know, you had it somewhere deep inside, but previously you didn't feel it as much as you do right now. And this happiness that you feel on the inside when you're ready to give to people, and how fulfilling it is. And we hear a lot in the videos with participation of Igor Mikhailovich that you need to love each other. And previously you didn't understand it to the quite full scale, and right now you start to understand it, and this love comes back to you even more. And also what I observe is that you know, the thoughts from the consciousness is such an emptiness that you don't need to pay attention to at all. And you don't need to listen to these thoughts that you hear in the head is a great victory. Because like, you know, when they say just switch your attention to the optimism and then everything will be great. But when you start doing this in the first stage, it is very difficult, and you have to be really precise in your intention. But then it starts to become easier and easier. And when, you know, switching to the positive, it works a lot. It works very great. And other processes inside yourself, they began to evolve, I can say, and they lighten up. And then you kind of start to speed up, and everything is like, wow, great. You want to share this with everyone, and you want to share everything that you do already with this experience. You want to give it to people, and you want to hear from people how they live, what they do, how to help them. And this is such a huge gratitude and happiness, because you're not like you know, keeping it all to yourself, but you're sharing it with others, and you're ready to carry this light and give it to people. And also, you know, this moment that in the projects they teach you the responsibility. Like I had this problem with the responsibility. I had you know, bad things in taking decisions, making decisions. But if you trust your inner light, then basically taking the responsibility and deciding to do something is a big step as well. And the more there are people who are ready to take responsibility for their action, for their words, for their deeds, then the better the world will be. Because you analyze and you understand, and you hear not only your ego, your thoughts, but you hear other people. And you know, guys, if there's anyone who's still not participating in the projects, I suggest you to step over all the walls, all the obstacles, and participate. At the beginning, it will be hard. Maybe you will be full of fears, but it really worth it, because your life, it will bright up with new colors, truly. I can tell you for sure. It will be so interesting for you to live. It will be so interesting for you to grow this inner love in yourself, this boundless happiness, and this positivity, and this eagerness and striving for knowledge. You always want to know something new, to communicate, and I don't know, guys. To be honest, I would recommend all of you to participate in the projects because for me, communication with people, participating in the projects, with communicating with different people, this is a huge work in myself. And this is all what I wanted to share with you because in our everyday life, it is hard for us to work on oneself. And when you start participating in the projects, you study yourself, you observe yourself, you write down things, and it is easier for you to work on yourself. You communicate with people, with friends, with strangers, and in shop, for example, then easily you're not already like a bad guy, not in the mood, but you will be a positive, sunny person who's ready to share. So guys, please join the projects. There are a lot of them, and we're waiting for everyone. Thank you so much.
Хочу передать слово Roy Star.
Oh, and also I want to pass the floor to Roy Star.
Hey guys, how are you guys doing? My name is Roy Star Sound Sick. I'm a recording artist from California. And for me, participating in the projects and being a part of the group, the first thing that I had to do personally was step over my consciousness, step over the egoism, the fears, the doubts, and everything else that comes along with it, the pride, and truly understand what the reason we all came together for, and that's to promote the creative society. It's bigger than us, it's bigger than us personally. And for me, keeping that in my mind when I participate, I just try to go forward, serve others, do the best I can, and do the best work to make the project as best as possible. I've been a part of participating, I would say, for the last 2 years. And these last 2 years, I feel like I've grown so much working with other participants, just seeing their optimism, seeing how they themselves have worked on themselves personally to overcome their own consciousness has been a great example for me. And dealing with my own struggles and all the things we have to overcome. But it's so beautiful to see everyone actively participating, the happiness, the joy, and most of all, the love that comes along with being a participant. So I just like to thank you guys so much. And continue to participate and get the message out there. Thank you guys.
Thank you so much, Roy. And I would like to pass the word to Erica Abril.
Hello, friends. I'm very glad to be able to participate in this very important event.
Sorry, Erica, something happened to your microphone. Can you please start over? Because we can't hear you, and we very, very want you.
Erika, no te escuchamos. Si puedes activar tu micrófono, por favor.
Guys, please stand by, checking the sound.
Todavía no se escucha.
¿Me pueden oír ahora?
Can you hear me?
oír ahora? Sí.
Sí, te escuchamos.
Can you hear me now? Yes? Yeah, we can hear you. Please, Erica.
¿Sí se me oye?
Hello, friends.
Hola.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me, right?
¿Se me escucha bien ahora?
Sí, por favor, Erika, te escuchamos bien. Gracias.
Yes, we hear you. Thank you.
Hola, amigos.
So, hello, friends. I'm very glad to be able to participate in this very important event. Today, I want to share with all of you my small but very important achievements in terms of work on myself. I will begin with the fact that I was genuinely involved in magic from a very early age. I fell prey to the shadow and lived a life of substitution all my life. I know now that I was practically a puppet of the system, and that if I hadn't put ALLATRA knowledge into practice, I would still be the same. So, I feel different today than I did before. I can control my emotions better, I can choose which thoughts to finance with my attention, and whom to choose throughout the day, or which thought to choose throughout the day. Without a doubt, I choose to be in contact with my soul rather than with an animal. I try my best, I do my best to be the best version of myself for myself and for others. I feel joyful and fulfilled as a woman, and these are qualities I have never experienced before. Daily meditation and spiritual practices help me a lot. I always try to help other people as much as I can. I try to share my experience with more people so that they can somehow start working on themselves as well. And most importantly, I give my love to God every day. Working on myself is like daily gift to myself, not material, but spiritual. It's hard to explain, possibly in words, how wonderful it is to work on yourself, because only by living it will you feel how rewarding and unique it is. What I love most is that it never ends. You will always have a new experience, you will always learn more, and it is an inexhaustible source of love and life. Thank you, friends. Give the floor to next speaker.
Thank you so much. It was like very nice to hear it, and I couldn't like more agree with you. And I would like to pass the word to our next speaker, David Kruger.
Ja, hallo, hört ihr mich?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Ja, hallo, liebe Freunde. Danke.
Great. Hello, dear friends. Thank you. Thank you that I can be here with you today. And it's a big joy for me. And it is so great and joyful to hear your experience. And I have mine as well. And I would like to pay my gratitude to everyone and say that through the knowledge of ALLATRA and through the videos with participation of Igor Mikhailovich, I realized who I am. Before that, I didn't know that I was not consciousness and that I'm not a body with all the emotions, moods, and fears. And indeed, I'm very glad that this knowledge helps me to think differently about everyday problems that used to, be hard for me. And simply right now, I focus my attention onto my inner, my soul. And like right now, while this meeting is happening, my neighbor has problems with water, and my camera turned off when I had, when I was supposed to speak, and my children are playing around, but I'm so calmed down, and I understand that everything is okay. Everything is distracting. You just don't have to pay attention to it. And it all actually started with the book Sensei 1. I began to read it and I got interested in it. And before that, I thought and I believed only in what I knew. But while reading the book, I suddenly had an inner feeling that I was in touch with the truth. And this was absolutely a new feeling for me, and finding answers within myself was a whole new understanding and realization. Unfortunately, what I didn't know at that moment is that my consciousness is trying to cloud and question and erase my experience by demanding attention every day. And here, I recognized some patterns in myself that other speakers mentioned and talked about that were entrenched very much, and especially in some situations were, very hard on me, especially in situations connected with children. But as soon as I'm not in that love, my consciousness and the consciousness of my son in particular activates and reflects on my emotional state. And it is also like this negative energy, this consciousness, it's they interact with each other, and I can see it in my children. And it's interesting how quickly it can switch to the positive, and how children can quickly switch to the positive. And also, it shows me that consciousness is playing some kind of game on us.
sich
And
einfach
what's most
abzulenken.
important is that
Also seine Aufmerksamkeit auf was anderes zu
it is
lenken,
really easy to
auf was Positives.
direct
Und
our
genau
attention to
das,
something different,
diese
to
Erfahrung
something
habe ich auch
positive,
im
something
Team
good.
gemacht, mit
And
unseren, in der
exactly
Zusammenarbeit mit
this
den Teilnehmern, in den vielen Gruppen,
experience we
von denen
have
auch alle hier
in the
berichtet haben.
team when
Und
cooperating
das
with other
Wichtigste dabei war
participants
die
of the
Erkenntnis für
movement in
mich,
the groups, and
dass ich
that
erkenne, dass ich
they
Verantwortung trage,
shared the
vor
same
mir
as
selbst
is
und vor
important
der
for me,
Gruppe.
that I am responsible for
Und
myself and for the
letztendlich ist es
group
meine
too.
Entscheidung, ob ich dem System dienen
It is
möchte oder
really
Gott.
my decision,
Und es
my
hat mich total überrascht, wie häufig
whom to serve,
ich andere
the
Menschen
system or
bewerte,
to God.
wie ich
And I
Erwartungen
was
habe,
very
die niemand erfüllen
impressed
kann.
how often
Niemand.
I judge other
Und daher ist
people
es total
and how I
schön,
have
einfach beobachten
expectations
zu
that are
können, wie
difficult for
wir
them to
hier
meet.
im
So this is
ALLATRA-Team
really
dank dieser Arbeit
great
an uns selbst,
we work
als
on
Gruppe
ourselves and work in
solche
group,
Dinge
and
sofort erkennen
we
und das
develop
Bewusstsein
as a
gemeinsam
group, as a
offenlegen,
team, and it is
was
much
manchmal auch
easier
total
and
lustig
quicker
ist,
to
wenn man
recognize
hört,
and
was andere
reveal the
Menschen so
work of
erzählen
consciousness together.
und dann
And it
aber
is
auch wieder
really
in
funny to
Liebe
hear that
gemeinsam
somebody shares
weiterzuarbeiten.
his thoughts,
Das
and
ist neu für mich.
then basically we
Und
continue the work
was
in
wirklich total
love.
überraschend ist, ist, dass am Ende
And
alles, was so
I'm
an Problemen
grateful,
das
and
Bewusstsein
what
einem
really
erzählt, dass eigentlich alles
surprises
sich
me,
auflöst, wenn
that
man
all
bei sich
these
bleibt, wenn man
imaginary
in Liebe bleibt.
problems, how
Und
they
ein Satz ist
dissolve
mir in Erinnerung
quickly if you stay
geblieben:
in love
Sucht
with
nicht nach
yourself
dem,
and
was
with
euch
others.
trennt,
And
sondern sucht nach
what
dem, was euch
divides,
vereint.
if you're
Ich
ignoring
bin
it,
wirklich total
then
dankbar, dass
you're
wir diese
searching for
Erfahrung
something that
miteinander
you're
teilen
and I'm
können
grateful for the
und dass
fact
wir
that we can
als
share these
Team,
experiences,
und zwar als ganzes Team,
that we
zusammenwachsen.
indeed really
Ich
grow
kannte das vorher nicht,
together as a
dass
team,
Menschen
and I didn't know that
so offen
before,
und so
that
ehrlich über
people
sich selbst
are
sprechen
so
und
open
gemeinsam
and
in
so
eine
honest
Richtung, in
about
eine geistige Richtung
themselves and are
streben.
striving together in spiritual
Und
direction.
ich glaube, Jason hat es erwähnt, es sind schließlich unsere Konferenzen,
Jason
die zeigen ja, zu was Menschen überall auf der Welt in der Lage
Conferences,
sind,
they show
wenn wir uns
what
im
people are
Guten in einem
capable of
gemeinsamen
when
Ziel
they come
vereinen.
together
Und
for
ich hätte niemals
goodness all
gedacht,
over the world in
bevor
a
ich dieses
common
Buch
goal,
gelesen habe,
and I would never
dass
even have
so
imagined
viele
that
Menschen auf der Welt
so many
so
people around the world
vertrauensvoll,
could be so
liebevoll
trusting, so
und sich
loving,
gegenseitig
and
unterstützend miteinander
mutually
umgehen können
supportive
und
to one another.
aus diesem inneren Streben
And out
heraus
of the inner
wirklich solche
desire,
Leistungen
inner
vollbringen
strive,
können.
are able to accomplish
Das
such
lässt mich hoffen
great
und ich
things.
glaube
And it
daran,
makes me
dass wir
hope
gemeinsam in der
and
kreativen
believe that
Gesellschaft eine
together
friedvolle,
in the creative
eine
society,
friedvolle und
we will
liebevolle
be able
Welt
to build a peaceful
gemeinsam
and
aufbauen können.
loving world.
Und ich bin einfach heute sehr glücklich, dass ich damals
I'm very glad
dem Rat meiner lieben Frau gefolgt bin und das Buch Sensei 1 in die Hand genommen habe.
Sensei
Das Buch hat mein Leben verändert.
and I listened to the
Und
advice of
es
one of
ist
my friends.
einfach
This
wunderbar,
book
ein
really
unbeschreibliches Gefühl, das mit
and
meiner Frau, mit meiner Familie und
this
mit
is an
euch
incredible feeling,
gemeinsam teilen zu
that
dürfen. Das ist unbeschreiblich und ich möchte euch wirklich allen vom Herzen Dankeschön sagen.
And from the bottom of my heart, I'm so grateful to you. Thank you so much.
Друзья, спасибо вам.
Dear friends,
Нет слов, чтобы
thank
выразить
you.
эту
I have no
благодарность и
words to
счастье от того,
express this
что все мы
gratitude and
вместе,
happiness
что мы растем,
from the
что
fact we
мы
all
действуем
together,
изнутри
that we
вовне,
grow
и все мы
from
чувствуем гораздо
inside
больше слов.
from inside out.
Но все же стремление
But
действовать,
still, the
стремление
striving
передать
of
то, что мы чувствуем,
acting and
рождается
express what we are
созидательное
feeling.
творчество. Давайте послушаем
This is how
стихотворение,
the
которое подготовили
creative
участники движения
things
«АЛЛАТРА».
are. Let's hear the poem.
Попала в руки мне газета.
I got a newspaper in my
Здесь
hands,
крупным шрифтом
large
созидательному
print, in
обществу.
it, to
Да,
the creative
и это так.
society, yes,
Я верю
and
в
it's
это.
true,
Не
I believe in
сомневалась
it,
никогда.
never doubted
Читаю
it.
дальше. Мне не
Reading
безразлично,
on,
что нам
I
готовят.
care what the
И
new
почему
day has in
богатый
store
свет
us, and why a rich and poor is different as light and shadow. The reason is the consumer format. It has long outlived itself. For 6,000 years man lived and, by the way, suffered, but lived in the world
Ему хотелось
without
жить с
love.
комфортом.
He
в
wanted to
новой
live
хате,
comfortably in
иметь
his new
машину,
house, a
яхту,
car, a
самолет.
yacht, an
Вот главный
airplane.
смысл в
That's the
потреб-формате.
whole point of the
Урвать как
consumerist
можно больше
format,
льгот.
to get as many
Народ
perks as
втянулся в эту
possible.
тему,
People got involved in the
когда узрел
subject
системы
when
крах.
saw the system
Настал момент
crash.
решить
It was
проблему,
time to solve
преодолев
the problem,
животный страх.
overcoming animal
Так
fear.
родился
And
проект
so a
«Реальный»
real
с
project was
призывом к
born,
людям
with an
всей
appeal
Земли.
to the people of
В
the
нем 8
earth.
правил
There are the
социальных,
8 social
рожденных в
rules in it,
братстве
born
и
in
любви.
brotherhood and love.
Позицию народа
We
мы
will
обозначим
make the
шире.
position of the
Земля
people
наш
more
дом,
broadly known.
хозяин
The earth is our
человек.
home, the master
Пусть
is
он
the
живет в
human.
спокойном
Let
мире.
him live in
Ему творить
Let
и
him
созидать
live
вовек.
and build forever.
Сбываются пророков
The
предсказания,
prophet's predictions
что
come
будет
true that the
личность
man
человека,
will be the
его
personality of a
духовность,
human.
доброта и
His
знание
spirituality,
сольются в
kindness,
русло
and knowledge will
золотого
lead him
века.
to the golden age.
Ребята, у меня просто мурашки по коже от такого стихотворения. Спасибо вам огромное за него. И сейчас я хотела бы поблагодарить всех ребят, которые сегодня были с нами. И сегодня, в заключительный день недели солидарности Международного общественного движения «АЛЛАТРА», я хочу поблагодарить каждого из вас за ваше участие, за ваши искренние истории и смелые примеры, за ваше стремление действовать и нести созидательность для мира. Спасибо за ваши добрые дела, за вашу дружбу, заботу и любовь ко всему человечеству.
Спасибо за неустанную работу над собой.
Спасибо
Спасибо за ваши победы,
за
за наши общие победы. Путь внутреннего духовного развития, путь альтруиста, путь человека, любящего и действующего во благо людей — это путь героя. Спасибо всем, кто выбирает этот путь. Спасибо, дорогие герои. Неделя солидарности подошла к концу, но работа над собой продолжается. У нас еще очень много прекрасных дел, проектов. Мы еще только начинаем строить созидательное общество.
Давайте продолжать в том же духе.
Let's continue in the same spirit. After all, heroes never give up. Today we are all united by a common goal. But first of all, we are united by ALLATRA. Immense gratitude to Anastasia Novak for the books that have changed our life, and Igor Mikhailovich Danilov for knowledge, for faith in humanity, for the power of the Spirit which he shared with us, for warmth, care, and boundless love. You taught us to be heroes, and we know for sure that together we will succeed. Thank you.
The main thing is for us to do it on time. That's the main point. While everything else will be available, both new prospects and new knowledge. There will be everything. It all depends on our choice, right?
We should hurry to do good.
Right. And it's already pleasing, joyful, and inspiring that there are many people, and more of them appear every day, that this format of selfishness and consumption is collapsing. The format of these lies which were imposed on everyone's mind. Now it becomes more pleasing to look at the world when more and more truth is being voiced, when more and more people become free, truly free, instead of being somewhere in some kind of illusion. So everything is in our hands, my friends. We can do everything. We shall overcome everything when we are together. And I think that this year, 2022, will be much more successful than the previous one in our opposition. And we will be able to prove that we are people. It's already time. It's time to wake up.